Come be a part of
Rastafari, LOJ, and Line of Juice Society,
where Hebrew feels like home. Hear more about our community and learn some useful Hebrew. Come be a part of
Rastafari, LOJ, and Line of Juice Society. Check us out.
Yeah, me I say now. You know the boss this man, I tell you say life is greatest. Yeah, no care much time them fight, them can't win, you know, them always fail. Cut and clear all demon and devil. Give thanks for the Most High for the up. Rising in the morning, beside me Empress. Give thanks for life and the blessing. We give you on the earth. Protect us from danger, these plagues and pestilence of these times. You know, my name is Andre Hugh Sutherland, aka Popcorn, the unruly boss, the 876 God. That is it. Anyway, to the chief musician, I will praise thee, O Lord, with my whole heart. I will show forth thy marvelous works. I will be glad and rejoice in thee. I will sing praise to thy name, O thou Most High. When mine enemies are turned back, they shall fall and perish at thy presence. For thou hast maintained my right and my cause. Yo, God, you're over devil every time you hear. Thou hast rebuked the heathen, thou hast destroyed the wicked, thou hast put out their name forever and ever. O thou enemy, destructions are come to a perpetual end, and thou hast destroyed cities, their memorial is perished with them. But the Lord shall endure forever. He hath prepared his throne for judgment, and he shall judge the world in righteousness. He shall minister judgment to the people in uprightness. The Lord also will be a refuge for the oppressed, a refuge in times of trouble. And they that know thy name will put their trust in thee. For thou, O Lord, hast not forsaken them that seek thee. Sing praises to the Lord, which dwelleth in Zion. Declare among the people his doings. When he maketh inquisition for blood, he remembereth them. He forgetteth not the cry of the humble. Have mercy upon me, O Lord. Consider my trouble, which I suffer of them that hate me. Thou that liftest up me from the gates of death, that I may shew forth all thy praises in the gates of the daughter of Zion. I will rejoice in thy salvation. The heathen are sunk down in the pit that they made. In the net which they hid is their own foot taken. The Lord is known by the judgment which he executed. The wicked is snared in the work of his own hands. Igayan, Selah. The wicked shall be turned into hell, and all the nations that forget God. For the needy shall not always be forgotten. The expectations of the poor shall not be perished forever. Arise, O Lord, let not man prevail. Let the heathen be judged in thy sight. Put them in fear, O Lord. Fret not thyself because of evildoers, neither be thou envious against the workers of iniquity. For they shall soon be cut down like the grass, and wither as green herb. Trust in the Lord and do good, so shall thou dwell in the land, and verily thou shalt be fed. Delight thyself also in the Lord, and he shall give thee the desires of thine heart. Commit thy way unto the Lord, trust also in him, and he shall bring it to pass. He shall bring forth thy righteousness as the light, as thy judgment as the noonday. Rest in the Lord, and wait patiently for him. Fret not thyself because of him who is prospereth in his ways, because of the man who bringeth wicked devices to pass. Cease from anger, and forsake wrath. Fret not thyself in any ways to do evil, for evildoers shall be cut off, but those that wait upon the Lord, they shall inherit the earth. For yet a little while, and the wicked shall be, yea. Thou shalt diligently consider his place, and it shall not be. But the meek shall inherit the earth, and shall delight themselves in the abundance of peace. The wicked plotted against the just, and gasheth upon him with his teeth. The Lord shall laugh at them, for he see that day is coming. The wicked have drawn out the sword, and have bent their bow, to cast down the poor and needy, and to slay such as be of upright conversation. Their word shall enter into their own heart, and their bow shall be broken. A little that a righteous man hath is better than the riches of many wicked. For the arms of the wicked shall be broken, but the Lord upholdeth the righteous. The Lord knoweth the days of upright, and their inheritance shall be forever. They shall not be ashamed in the evil time, and in the days of famine they shall be satisfied. But the wicked shall perish, and the enemies of the Lord shall be the fat of the lamb. They shall consume, into smoke shall they consume away. The wicked borroweth and payeth not again, but the righteous showeth mercy and giveth. For such as bless of him shall inherit the earth, and they that be cursed of him shall be cut off. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delighteth in his way. Though he fall, he shall not be utterly cast down, for the Lord upholdeth him with his hands. I have been young, and now I am old, yet I have not seen the righteous forsaken, nor his seed beginning to bread. Is ever merciful, and landeth, and his own seed is blessed. Depart from evil and do good, and dwell forevermore. For the Lord loveth judgment. Forsake not his saints. They are preserved forever. But the seed of the wicked shall be cut off. The righteous shall inherit the land and dwell therein forever. The mouth of the righteous speaketh wisdom, and his tongue talketh of judgment. The law of his God is in his heart. None of his steps shall slide. The wicked watcheth the righteous, and seeketh to slay him. The Lord will not leave him in his hands, nor condemn him when he is judged. Wait on the Lord, and keep his way, and he shall exalt thee to inherit the land. When the wicked are cut off, they shall see it. I have seen the wicked in great power, and spreading himself like a green bay tree. Yet he passed away, and lo, he was not. Yea, I sought him, but he could not be found. Mark the perfect man, and be wholly upright, for the end of that man is peace. But the transgressors shall be destroyed together. The end of the wicked shall be cut off, but the salvation of the righteous is of the Lord. He is their strength in the time of trouble. And the Lord shall help them and deliver them. He shall deliver them from the wicked and save them, because they are trusting him. Plead my cause, O Lord, with them that strive with me. Fight against those that fight against me. Take hold of shield and buckler, and stand up for mine help. Draw out also the spear, and stop the way against them that persecute me. Say unto my soul, I am thy salvation. Let them be confounded and put to shame that seek after my soul. Let them be turned back and brought to confusion that devise my hurt. Let them be as a chaff before the wind, and let the angel of the Lord chase them. Let their way be dark and slippery, and let the angel of the Lord persecute them. For without cause they have hid for me their net in a pit, which without cause they have digged for my soul. Let destruction come upon him at unawares, and let his net that he hath hid catch himself. Into that very destruction let him fall, and my soul shall be joyful in the Lord. It shall rejoice in his salvation. All my bones shall say, Lord, who is like unto thee, which deliver the poor from him that is too strong for him. Yea, poor and the needy from him that spoilt him. False witness did rise up. They laid to my charge things I knew not. They rewarded me evil for good, to the spoiling of my soul. But as for me, they were sick, my clothing was sackcloth. I humble my soul with fasting, and prayer returning to my own bosom. I behave myself as though he had been my friend or brother. I praise God heavenly, as one that mourneth for his mother. But in mine adversity, they rejoice and gather themselves together. Yeah, the objects gather themselves together against me, and I knew it not. They did tear me and not cease. With hypocritical mockers in feast, they gash upon me with their teeth. Lord, how long wilt thou look on? Rescue my soul from destruction, my darling from the lions. I will give thee thanks in the great congregation. I will praise thee among much people. Let not them be or mine enemies wrongfully rejoice over me. Neither let them wink with the eye that hate me without a cause. For they speak not peace, but they devise deceitful matters against them that are quiet in the land. Yea, they opened their mouth wide against me and said, Ha, our eye had seen it.
Amen, amen, Baruchim, Habaim. Welcome, 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 Chabarim, Shalom, Chabarim. Yes, Shalom, Rastafari. I am Yadon, Ras, Ayadon, Safari, LOJ, here, the Monday, Midrash Monday, here, the Monday podcast, right here. Here, we're at the second day of the Shabua. Here, we're at the 19th sabbatical study, the Shabbat Strong. That was Popcorn right there. Words of wisdom. From Words of Wisdom, part of the part 2 right there. Abundant Life, Words of Wisdom. We had Psalm 9, chanted Psalm 9, and today's daily Psalm 37. We have Psalm 37. Now, Psalm 37 right here, Mizmor Lamed Zayin. Lamed Zayin, Hebrew alphanumerics. Lamed 30, Zayin, seventh letter of the Hebrew alphabet. Tehillim, Lamed Zayin, Mizmor Lamed Zayin. Psalm 37. Now, Psalm 37, interestingly enough, is themed, Chabarim, the problem of evil. Often the theme associated with the 37th Psalm right here. Today's daily Psalm is themed, the problem. The problem of evil. So here, okay, yeah. Greetings, brothers and sisters. Yes, Shalom, greetings, Jackie, Crystal, Star Guardian. Yes, Rastafari, greetings, Shalom. So here we have Psalm 37. So I was thinking about this podcast here, like to really zoom in on Psalm 37. Psalm 37, addressing the problem of evil. Evil, what's the problem? Here, Psalm 37 addresses the problem of evil. By acknowledging, just here from a quick kind of AI overview search, I was looking for a meme that would say Psalm 37, then problem of evil. Then we saw this here. We said, well, this is pretty good. We went over it and we said, it's pretty accurate for my and I study. So we'll share this right here. AI, I and I servant of servants. Is AI the servant of servants? But watch when the servant becomes a master. Anyway, Psalm 37 addresses, quote, the problem of evil. So here's the theme right here, the problem, right? Evil. What's the problem? Here's Psalm 37 addressing the problem of evil. Okay, so let's read a little bit of this right here. So by acknowledging the apparent prosperity, Psalm 37, by acknowledging the apparent, what seems to be the prosperity of the wicked, of the ratchet, while encouraging the righteous, those who make the right choice. Yes, I give thanks. Vaughn Benjamin right there, they're there for that reasonment, right choice. Also, I know Brother Ross Seymour, Liberd on that right there, right choice. What is the righteous? Right choice. Encouraging the righteous to trust in Elohim, to trust in the Creator, to trust in the Judge, to trust in Yahweh, to trust in the Almighty, El Shaddai, assuring them that despite what seems to be injustice, lack of justice, and therefore also lack of peace, the wicked, the ratchet, will ultimately be punished and the righteous will be rewarded in the end, in the fulfillment, in due time, in due season. It essentially says, Psalm 37, that even when evil seems to be winning, especially in days like these, evil really seems to be winning. Elohim is still in control and will ultimately vindicate, justify, vindicate the good, right? The good, right? Do good, do good. So the key points about Psalm 37 and the problem, the apparent problem of evil. One, observation of the wicked. Here in today's daily psalm, Psalm 37, the psalm begins by addressing the temptation the temptation to fret over, begins over fret not thyself. So there's a temptation, it's tempting to fret over the apparent success and happiness, what seems to be the success and happiness of evildoers who may seem to be flourishing or prospering or winning while the righteous struggle and while the righteous seem to lose. So that's the first kind of key point, observation of the wicked, of the ratchet. Second point, trust in Elohim, trust in the Creator, trust in the Almighty, trust in El Shaddai. Yes, Rastafari. The main message is to trust in Yahweh and do good, right? As the elders, right? The elders of Rastafari, at least those who we regard as elders because they were in the glory of his majesty, the Bible. This word right here, do good. They said that's the heartbeat right there. Do good, do good. Right? That heartbeat, do good. Right? Trust in Yahweh and do good, assuring the believer, the one who lives, right, in the way, the truth, and life, that Elohim, that Yah will ultimately take care of the situation and even the situation and bring justice and also bring peace, right? Lost sheep, but the lost sheep cry, no justice, no peace. I wonder why. The problem with evil. Evil, what's the problem? The problem is that many of I heard somebody say that, when we use this term like our people, and even sometimes they quote black people in this generalized way, it's kind of cringy, yeah? Trust in Elohim, right? Thirdly, the third, right, of these key points, the temporary prosperity of the wicked, of the ratchet. So the Psalm 37, Mizmor Lamed Zain, right? Psalm 37 emphasizes that the wicked's prosperity is only temporary, comparing them to grass. So there's a comparison here, within the metaphorical, right? The parable, the parabological use of language. There is a metaphor here, a comparison, a likeness, likening the wicked and their temporary prosperity to grass. Why grass? Well, grass, it quickly withers, but also the note is not here, but if you notice grass, right, I'm talking about grass, the other grass, that grass, but even the other grass too, but either way, that one gets burned, right, gets burned. But grass, it basically grows quick, right, it grows quick fast, right, but then it also seems to wither also quick fast, right? Ultimate justice, right? The ultimate justice or righteousness. So the psalm repeatedly, today's daily psalm, Psalm 37, repeatedly states that the righteous will inherit the land and be protected by Elohim. So we see in the psalm one of the most important things, right? In the psalm, after, of course, faith, and doing good, right? And walking in the way, truth and life. One of the important themes is land. Now, what's interesting when we study that there's the Hebrew kind of duality, or what we call the Hebrew two truths, right? So, for example, there's land, there's land, right? The literal land. But also land, and we see it even within the words of Moshiach, or we see it even within other areas of scripture. There seems to be a reference to land and consciousness. For example, Moshiach, Robenu, Yeshua, Hanotri, Jesus of Nazareth, in chapter 13 of Matthew, where it seems there he begins to teach the disciples, the parables, these parables. And we counted, actually, there's like about 30. Some count more, right? But we count about 30 parables that Yeshua gives. And the first of them that he gives is about the sower, Hazoreya, the sower going forth to sow, right? And remember the different kind of grounds. There's the, let's see if we recall this right here. Test our knowledge, our recall. So firstly, there is by the wayside, the seed that falls by the wayside. Then the next seed is the seed that falls on stony ground, right? And then thirdly, there's a seed that falls among the thorns in the thorny ground. And then lastly, the fourth kind of ground is the good ground, right? That good ground. And then explaining the seed is what? What later on Moshiach Rabbeinu explains the seed, because the disciples are like, yo, we're the Talmudim. We're the Talmids, we're the Talmudim collectively. Why are you speaking to them, the multitude, when you check out Matthew chapter 13, why are you speaking to them in parables? It's almost like there's something about the parables. They're like, this parables are for us. Why are you speaking it to them? But Yeshua said something very interesting, because he said, like, they, hearing hear and seeing see, but they don't really get it, right? But to you, to the disciples, right, is given, right, the mysteries of the Malkut, right, the kingdom of God, the kingdom of heaven, yeah? So right here, the righteous will inherit the land, right? So the promised land in the first of the two types, right? It's like when we talk about the Old Testament being a kind of a, in some ways, even within the Torah and some of the rites and the rituals, being a kind of a shadow, right? A shadow where we have the Torah, even this Torah reading and feeding, but in most of the Torah reading and feedings, we have this kind of like a shadow of the substance, right? Or an outer, right, expression of an inner reality. The same thing's the land. So the land, right, within the, for lack of a better word, even though some people go crazy on these terms and don't put them in right context, but the so-called metaphysical, right? So when we look at metaphysically speaking, Metaphysical Bible Dictionary is a good point of reference in these studies. But looking at land, we can then understand the parable of Moshiach, how he used a kind of a natural agricultural parable, right, to teach a deeper truth. So the psalm here, right? Remember, David was a man after Adonai's own heart, Adonai's own heart, the Lord's own heart. Check. So the psalm, it repeatedly states that the righteous will inherit the land. Like the land, the seed. Remember, the seed was sowed, right? And all heard. Notice the first ground in Matthew chapter 13, the first ground was the wayside, right? And then when he explained the parable, right? When he explained the mashal, right? Robenu, Einai Rabbi, the Rabbi, Shua Ha Notri, Justice of Nazareth. When he explained it, he said, well, this is he, that hears, right? And then we notice in each of the types of ground, each one heard, but something happened with their hearing. Like the first heard it by the wayside, got eaten up. Stony ground, it got burnt up. Thorny ground, it got choked out. But on good ground, something grew, right? So the righteous, right? And also the levels of righteousness too, right? That's why Yeshua said, unless your righteousness exceeds that of the Pharisees and the scribes, you will in no wise. So be wise. You in no wise enter into the Malkut Shamayim, the kingdom of heaven. Some people think the kingdom of heaven is like, after people so-called die, in the sense of die, they go up to heaven. Some people think that's the kingdom of heaven, right? They believe, I can't wait till I go to heaven. But then I say, wait, don't we pray? They say, yeah, we pray, right? Teach us to pray as John taught the disciples. Well, how did John teach the disciples? Abinu Sheba Shemayim, our Father who art in heaven. But then it goes on to say, thy kingdom come, thy will be done. Where? In earth, as like, isn't when Yeshua gave the parables, then he say, well, what is the kingdom like? What the kingdom be like? Messiah said, he said, it be like this, it be like that, right? It be as this, as that. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, right? In earth. Well, who's to do his will in earth? Are we looking for the wicked? We're waiting for the wicked to do his will in earth? Who's to do the will in earth? Even Yeshua said that, the kingdom was in their midst, right? Was in their midst, right? It wasn't like unattainable way up in the sky. In fact, that might be another area. I think Paul brings that out. Like, it's not up in, actually, he brings out, he kind of rephrases what Moshe said. about like, is it like up in the sky, like who will ascend up into the heavens to bring it down to us, right? And who will go into the depths, like into hell or Sheol to bring it up for us. But it says the word is what? He says the word is near, right? Our heart and also in our mouth. Yes. So the righteous will inherit the land. The righteous going to get it. Some 30, some 60, some 100, right? But still the righteous will inherit the land and be protected as they are guided, right? Or guidance and protection, be protected by Yah, while the wicked will be destroyed. So this is a brief overview, right? So we go with the problem of evil is a good subject, for today's daily psalm. And just over here, just some highlights right here. We went to our servant, our servant, you know what I'm saying? Servant of servants, technologically speaking, the AI, and here's what they brought up. And from our study, we can say, well, this here is pretty right and accurate, right? Don't fret not thyself. Don't fret thyself, right? Psalm 37, do not fret because of the wicked. See, it didn't say don't fret at all. Notice something. It didn't say don't fret at all. It said don't fret. It's like the other psalm where it says, judge me not, in thy hot displeasure. He's not saying don't judge me, right? You can't judge me, Father. You can't judge me, God. No, he says don't judge me in your hot displeasure. In other words, judge me, but judge me with mercy. Check. Reading comprehension is fundamental. Chabarim. Do not fret, right, because of the wicked, and do not be envious of wrongdoers. See, this could have said, some people say, well, you shouldn't fret anything and you shouldn't be envious of nobody. That's not what the psalm says. It says don't fret because of the wicked. Why? He could have said don't fret and don't be envious, period, right? It couldn't just say don't fret and don't be envious, period, right? No, it said don't fret, right? The wicked, because of the wicked. Why are you fretting? Why are we fretting because of the wicked? Why are you envious because of wrongdoers? Right? It goes on to say, for they will soon fade away. That's a tune I need to bring up here. Junior Biles. That's a beautiful tune. Perfect tune for this. Need to do a remix on that one right there. Right? Fade away, Junior Biles. All right, as they said back in the days, original theology for the dreadlock. Yeah, for they will soon fade like the grass and wither like the green herb. Got herb up in this, right? Wither like what? Green herb, right? Trust in Yahweh and do good. So you will live in the land. You will live in the consciousness, the true Christ conscience. I caution myself to say those phrases because a lot of people use these things, out of order, in no context of the glory of his majesty, no context of the Bible. But so you will live in the land and enjoy security. So here we have today's daily song, which is themed the problem, right? The problem of evil. The problem of evil. We probably should just go straight into this right here, into today's daily psalm, right? We also have a Torah reading and feeding, the 19th sabbatical study. But here, look, a Rhema tune. Let me see if I have. Okay, here's Sister Sojourner. Love this tune here, Sister Sojourner. She did a tune. It's called Dis, D-I-S, Dis Psalm 37. It's on the Psalm 37 rhythm. Right? It's themed here, based on the download Hebrew reggae music. It's called Hebrew reggae music. And the sister here is Sojourner. Sojourner. S-O-J-O-U-R-N-A-H. S-O-J-O-U-R-N-A-H, if you're interested. Sojourner. Understand this Psalm 37 here. Shema Yisrael.
A long time me I try to understand why we people in the condition of poverty and slavery, based up, jacked up mentality. Blind eyes can't see, no. Blind ears don't see. Me find it in a Genesis. Make me try back and try to understand this. A man named Abraham, Isaac and Jacob him did have 12 sons with enough children. 70 souls was all of them. Gone down in Egypt, they multiply. Word of the Most High good and never lie. After much time, remember them. Moses down there, so fi deliver them. There was only one problem. Say only one problem. Israel love them idolatry, them captivity, them poverty and harlotry. Why do the people perish? Do you understand it? The feminists will ask the Most High, cause we really want to understand why. Why do the people perish? Do you understand it? Go on your knees and ask the Most High if you really want to understand why. When them walk out, them was ungrateful. When them walk out, them was unfaithful. Made a covenant, them never really keep it. Said the words, but them never really mean it. Mount Sinai was not a secret. 10 words, glory, we did see it. What's wrong with Israel? What's wrong with Israel? Why do the people perish? Do you understand it? The feminists will ask the Most High, cause we really want to understand why. Time to turn around. Do you hear the sound? Time to turn around. Do you hear the sound? Time for turn around. Do you hear the sound? Get down, bend, don't lay, don't face on the ground. No time for play around. No time for games, can't mess around. Are we are the problem? Are we always the cause then? Turn it back on the creator. I know how we are the ones who say Babylon a hater. Them coulda never touch the anointed. Them coulda never touch the one who the Most High appointed. How we fall from grace, we turn your face. No what time for turn back and win the race. Why do the people perish? Do you understand it? The feminists will ask the Most High, cause we really want to understand why. Sean is all record.
Yes. Shauna Soul Records right there with Psalm 37, Rhythm. Yeah, that was Sister Sojourner right there. There's a part in the tune. I just want to play this part again. She says so much in this tune right here. Just this little clip.
Go on your knees and ask the Most High if you really want to understand why. When them walk out, them was ungrateful. When them walk out, them was unfaithful. Made a covenant, them never really keep it. Said the words, but them never really understand why.
Right there.
When them walk out, them was ungrateful. When them walk out, them was unfaithful. Understand why. When them walk out, them was ungrateful. When them walk out, them was unfaithful. Made a covenant, them never really keep it. Said the words, but them never really mean it. Mount Sinai was not a secret. 10 words, glory, we did see.
Boom, 10 words. That part right there. She explains so much of what we're seeking to bring out, the Torah reading and feeding. Sometimes we kind of overlook it because we're not really reading it in context, but it says so much right here. Understand the reason why. Understand this Psalm 37. Just another clip right here. Do you really want to understand why? Well, here. Reasons why.
Go on your knees and ask the Most High if you really want to understand why. When them walk out, them was ungrateful. When them walk out, them was unfaithful. Made a covenant, them never really keep it. Said the words, but them never really mean it. Mount Sinai was not a secret. 10 words, glory, we did see it. What's wrong with Israel? What's wrong with Israel?
Boom. What's wrong with Israel? Right there. You know, we turn our back on the Creator. She says, and then we say that Babylon. You say that Babylon is the hater. Really now. So right there. Psalm 37. We want to get into Psalm 37 a little bit more, but right here, you know, this Torah reading and feeding that's before us right here. Yeah, Psalm 37, Psalm 37. The problem with evil, the problem of evil. So also here we have the evening psalm. I'm going to segue a little bit and return to this right here. The evening psalm is Psalm 48, just to put the problem of evil that's contained in Psalm 37, as spoken to in Psalm 37, right here with the evening psalm. Here the evening psalm is Psalm 48. Psalm 48, today's daily Psalm 37, evening psalm for the second day of the Shabua. Whoa, give thanks.
Psalm 48.
מזמור מ"ח, שיר מזמור לבני קורח.
Great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised in the city of our God, in the mountain of his holiness. Beautiful for situation, the joy of the whole earth, is Mount Zion on the sides of the north, the city of the great king. God is known in her palaces for a refuge, for lo, the kings were assembled. They passed by together, they saw it, and so they marveled. They were troubled and hasted away. Fear took hold upon them there, and pain as of a woman in travail. Thou breakest the ships of Tarshish with an east wind. As we have heard, so have we seen in the city of the Lord of hosts, in the city of our God. God will establish it forever. Selah. We have thought of thy loving kindness, O God, in the midst of thy temple. According to thy name, O God, so is thy praise unto the ends of the earth. Thy right hand is full of righteousness. Let Mount Zion rejoice. Let the daughters of Judah be glad because of thy judgments. Walk about Zion, and go round about her. Tell the towers thereof. Mark ye well her bulwarks. Consider her palaces, that ye may tell it to the generation following. For this God is our God forever and ever. He will be our guide forever.
Now in your Bibles, the King James Version of the Bibles, it will say, he'll be our guide to death. That's also a false translation right there. He'll be our guide to death. So if you read Psalm 48, comes to the last part there, it there reads, he'll be our guide to death. But based on the ancient manuscripts, cross-referencing, as a false translation. He'll be our guide forever. He will be our guide forever. So there's no death, right? At least there. Because he'll be our guide for. It's like what the Messiah says, that anyone who believe or have faith in him, even if he die, he will live. Check. So here, we have this Torah reading and feeding, right? This Torah reading and feeding, come some of the first words right here. Let's bring this up right here. First this right here, Hebrew like home.
And learn some useful Hebrew.
Whoa.
Come be a part of.
Tafari, LOJ, Atlanta Jew Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
So right here we have Teruma. What is Teruma? So here at the LOJS, here we at the LOJS.org, Torah portion right here site. And here we have this week's reading and feeding here, the 19th sabbatical study for this Shabua, for this week, for this 7, for this strong right here. Here, let's go into this right here just a little bit and we'll get into the first words. Okay, so here, bring that up. Let's zoom in on this right here. So here, this Torah portion from the Hebrew, in the Hebrew, it's known as Teruma. Teruma. What is Teruma? Teruma can be brought out in translation as a contribution or heave offering, right? In the Amharic, there's 2 words that appear in the text, sitota, a gift, and a meba, a certain type of, how can you say, like a sacred offering, the meba, right? But here, firstly, on the Hebrew, teruma, right? The teruma. Where we're at? Exodus 25 and 1. Let's do this right here, because we're going to get into it like this right here. See my desktop right there. Okay, that's the last study that I was on. Let's back this up right here. What does it say? It says offering. Right? No. Not that way. We don't have to do that. Let's do this right here. I do need to get that laugh track, because sometimes you do some things and you're like, that's funny. Why did I do that? Right there. So here we go to Exodus 25, Exodus 25 right there. Exodus 25 and 1. So here's where we pick up with this Torah reading and feeding, right? Exodus 25 and 1. So here, let's go over here once again. So teruma, the Hebrew, teruma, right? Teruma, right here, corresponds with this word here in the second verse. Let's go to the second verse, where it reads in the King James Version, KJV, speak to, not un mean not. That's a trick there. This is grimoire, grammar, grimoire. It's like spellcraft, spell magic. Like if I say, this is unclean, right? Well, you're going to take it as clean. I say, I give this unto you. It's like is not, isn't it? But anyway, speak to the children of Israel, the Bnei Yisrael, or more correctly, the sons of Israel. Speak to the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel, that they bring me an offering. So here we have it, offering. See the word offering? Of every man that giveth it willingly. Now, this whole debate going on in some levels of social media among some of the Israelites and some of the Christians and others concerning free will. And also people who are so-called, atheists, right? But concerning free will, whether we really have free will, we've been talking about that, whether free will is an illusion, touched on that in the previous Shavua, right? Here it says that giveth it willingly. So is there free will in the Bible? You'll hear some ones and ones say, who say that they're studying the Bible. They'll say that, well, there's no free will in the Bible. Free will is a concept, either some church father, Augustine, or somebody made this up, so forth and so on. That's what some would say. But we can simply put free will in the Bible, and we'll see there's a free will offering. Right, that's why I said I have to get the laugh track right there, because it's kind of funny. It says they got rumor, we got humor. What more can we say? The seed will be called an Isaac, right? Yitzchak. Yitzchak mean to sahak, right? To kiki, to laugh, right? So here, that giveth it willingly. So the word willingly, just to bring out the point about free will, we have the word nadab. Now, if ones are diligently studying, you're like, that sounds like someone's name. Yeah, Nadab and Abihu. Nadab, right? So we have Nadab, right? But this is the verb, not the noun. Nadab means to incite or to impel, but sense of making willingly, right? To incite or to impel. Like one is incited, like one's prompted to do something. In the heat pa'el sense of the verb, right, is to volunteer. Like you volunteer. If you volunteer, then unless somebody forces you, right, then you're under their will. But if you decide, I'm gonna volunteer for this, that's an expression of free will. Check. To offer free will offerings. So there are free will offerings in the Bible. So when I hear, some of the sort of study in the Bible Torah of the Israelites talk about there's no such thing as free will. I said, but there's a free will offering. How can they say that? I mean, they'd say it's the King James Version, right? 1611 and all that said about King James, boom, 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 boom. But it's free will. So this here, the sense of willingly, I'm just zooming you in on the sense of willingly, because this is the root idea when we look at what is the free will offering called, right? And then we'll see how it connects with this root idea right here. So here, to impel, hence to volunteer, like a soldier, right? Volunteer, right? Be as what? Good soldiers, be a good soldier, of Yeshua HaMoshiach, to volunteer, to present, like you present something spontaneously. I wasn't thinking to really offer this, but now that I see what's what, I'm going to give this. So that's that sense of giving willingly, giving freely. So there's free will in the scripture. Now, what is this free will in the scripture, right? And what does this word really mean in context? That's the next level of study. But here, just to continue, of every man that giveth it willingly, that giveth it freely, right? With his heart, check. It says that Yahweh Elohim Eloheinu loves a cheerful giver, right? Not under compunction, like somebody's forcing you. So even that area of scripture goes against this false idea that certain Hebrew Israelites and even maybe some others are saying that there's no free will in the Bible. All right. But here it says that give it willingly with his heart. All right. With his heart, y'all, ye shall take my offering. All right. So here is the key verse for this 19th Here we're at the 19th sabbatical study, Shabbat Strong. So let's look at the note for a moment. Bring me, right? Literally in the Hebrew it says take for me, right? Not bring, but in the Hebrew I think it says lakach. Is it lakach? Yeah, lakach. Lakach means to take, to fetch, to take. Lakach. It can be translated in the sense of take hold of, to seize, to receive, to acquire, sort of to buy in the sense you take possession of something, right? To bring, as we have here, to marry, like he take a wife, that sense of marry, right? Or to take, since it's literally to take, to snatch, to take away, right? So here, all right. So here, speak to the children of Israel, right? Speak to the sons of Israel, right? Now, here's we have the word offering, right? Just getting to this, the key word of this Torah reading and feeding, teruma, right? Speak to the children of Israel that they bring or take for me, right? That they take for me, right? An offering. So we have teruma and terumati, right? We have teruma here, teruma, right? Here, BDB, Browns, this is the Browns Drivers Briggs. It's an alternative Hebrew dictionary, definitionary. Yeah. So here they translate it as contribution and offering, right? But here, what we like about the BDB, they break it down in some of the different senses. So it's a contribution and offering. So how do we find it in the scripture? Well, we find it as a heave offering, what's called a heave offering. Why is it called a heave? Heave, ho, heave, ho. You know, like when they're pulling something. Well, it means heave, right? What does heave mean? Chabarim. Here, the 1B says any offering, right? That's kind of vague, yeah. The 1C says an offering to Elohim, an offering to God, right? The 1D says an offering, check what it says, of grain or of money, an offering, teruma, teruma. Did they give money? Well, yeah, they had money. They had silver. We're talking about silver, right? According to the shekel, shekel is like the weight. And then we had the shekel of the sanctuary. So the sanctuary kind of regulated weights and measures we have according to the Torah, right? Holy economy. The E entry says here contribution. So from a scripture perspective, or a kind of a so-called like religious or scriptural perspective, it's a sense of offering. Right? Let's take up our offering, saints, our offering, right? But the actual context, as we would say today, would be like a contribution. Right? So a contribution was a quote offering, and offering is a type of a contribution. Right? Contribution. You know, so right here, we have this is a noun feminine, teruma, teruma, right? Because of the ending H and the AH kind of ending, that kind of brings out some of the feminine aspects of words, you know, but it's a feminine noun all the same, right? Here, Strong's definition, right? Here is the second, right, form is used in Deuteronomy 12:11, the second form, right? The second form here. Well, let's look at this verse here from the English first of all. Where are we? Easy English? No, we don't want that. Right? ISV would know we don't want that. We first take KJV. Let's take this KJV. Then there shall be a place that, so which, Bunawich, that Yahweh Elohim, Yal Elohim, shall choose to cause his name to dwell there. So Yahweh already said there will be a place. Someone said, well, God is there. The Hebrew sense is like his name, right? His name, you know, and they say that here, let's go over this again. 12:11. Then there shall be a place. A what? A place. What's a place? A makom, a standing place, a spot. There shall be a place that Yahweh Elohim, Yal Elohim, shall choose. So who's going to choose this place? The pastor, the preacher? No, it's going to be Yahweh Elohim. He's going to choose the place, the spot, the makom. Why? To cause his name, to cause his Shem, to cause the Hashem, to cause his name, the name, right? To do what? To dwell, to shakan, shakan. Now, from this root word, we get the concepts of Shekinah, right? Shakaniyah, right? And Shekinah, which means to settle down, to dwell, to tabernacle, to reside. As we go on in the Torah reading and feeding, you know, Yahweh says, let them build me a what? a sanctuary, a mishkan. So one of the names of the tabernacle, right, is called the mishkan. Mishkan comes from shakan. Shakan here is the verb to settle down. He settled down. He abided. He dwelt. He tabernacled. He resided. Right? That's the sense. Right there. Right? Shall cause his name to large. The idea of larging. Right? Shall cause his name to large. Right? Now this is shakab. Shakab means to lay down, but here we have shakan. Shakan. So they're seeing the relationship between shakan and shakab, but shakan is to dwell. The idea of lodging. Right? So here it says that he will cause his name. His name is going to take up residence. You get the idea? His name is taking up residence. We're there. Where's there? The makom, the place, the spot. The spot that what? That Yahweh Elohim and Elohenu will choose to cause his name to dwell there. It says thither. Oh, KJV, like they are. You say they are, thither, right? Over yonder. No, but thither shall y'all bring. Now notice the word bring here. Remember the word bring over there was a different word? Right? The word bring was like take for me. Here is bow, right? Bow. In other words, this idea is bring, cause to come in, cause to enter in, make it enter in, make it come in. That sense of bring, yeah. Bring all that I command you, right? That I command you. Your burnt offerings, right? Your burnt offerings. So we have the olah in the singular, olot, the burnt offering, the Holocaust offering, right? Causing that smoke, right? Giving Yahweh all that smoke, causing the smoke to go up, to ascend. See, it says usually, right? That's what we call a Holocaust offering. Some people might hear me and say, is he talking about the Holocaust? Right? No, you're talking about those Jews, but we, the black Jews, the Lion Tribe of Judah, bringing this aspect out. A Holocaust means a complete burning. Holocaust, right? Holocaust is burnt up. But the sense of this in the Hebrew is going up in smoke, right? That's the sense of the offering, the olah. The olah, so we said the burnt offering was the offering that was completely burnt, right? And we let the smoke go up, right? And give him all that smoke and the sweet savor of the sacrifice. Check, right? So to ascend, right? The word olah is related to the word Allah, like in aliyah, ma'ala, right? The shir ha ma'alot, the songs of degrees, the songs of ascents. Olah, that which goes up. So what are we to bring? Right? We're to bring the burnt offerings, right? And your sacrifices, right? So we have to understand these different parts. The zebach is a sacrifice. Zebach. Let's scroll down here. Strong to bring out the inner sense of it, right? Properly to slaughter. All that is slaughter. Mainly, this word is used for the flesh of an animal, right? The implication of this word zabach is a sacrifice. And zabach refers to the victim, right? The animal that was slaughtered, right? Or the act. So the act is the zabach, right? Of slaying, right? The slaying, namely the flesh of the animal, and the vic. So the victim, the particular animal, right? Ain't that something how that word goes? Right? Vic, right? Victim, right? Check it. And your tithes. So we have the tithes here. Tithes, y'all. Ma'aser. So the ma'aser, ma'asar, ma'asra. So there's like three forms in the Hebrew that we find this word. Ma'aser, ma'asar, ma'asra. Ma'asra. Right? The three forms. But usually ma'aser. Ma'aser is like a tenth, a tithe. Right? The reason why it comes from the word asar. What's asar? Asar, right? Asar means 10. It's for the number 10. Asar. Asar is the number 10. So ma'aser, may asar has a sense of from the 10th, the tithe, the 10th part, right? The 10th part, right? The tithe, right? Let's go on, right? And the offering. Now, notice how hypocritical many pastors, well, either hypocritical or just ignorant. Some might just be ignorant, right? Because now because a lot of the ones out there exposing the whole fraud of tithe. The New Testament church says that, we're not under the law, all right? And it's not the Old Testament. They put far from them many, right? The Old Testament, but then they hold on to the tithes. You check that out. They hold on to the tithe. But here in the scripts in 12:11, Yahweh is mentioning all of this. Isn't all this part of it? What gives them the right to pick and choose what's what? All right. Now, ones might say, if they really know what they say, well, what Moshiach came to fulfill, right, was those sacrifices, the animal sacrifice, the debtors. That's why Paul even says, right, that we must become that living sacrifice, that to present our bodies as that living sacrifice. Check. So even we strike out in the new covenant sense, the burnt offerings, those debtors, and the other sacrifice of debtors, of animal victims, right? We have tithes. But then the tithe was not supposed to be given to a pastor, a preacher, right? One can choose, I'm going to give, but I'll give 10%. You can choose that, right? So even the ones that have, and give thanks for those who have given contribution support to this ministry, LOJS, Rastafari Israelites. But some years ago, we had come to the conclusion that we had to say no more, no tithe, because as we study and grow in grace, we get to recognize what the tithes were really for, who they were for, right? They were actually for, right? They were actually for the Levites, right? The priests who are Levites and the Levites who are not priests, who are not sons of Aaron, right? It was to sustain them and support them. Because remember, Yahweh said at first, he wanted the nation to be a mamleket, a kohanim, like a kingdom of the priesthood, and a goy kadosh, and a holy nation. And then they get to chapter 32 of Exodus, and they commit that uckery. They break the covenant, right? And there's a broken covenant, right? And then the covenant is renewed. There's a new covenant even in the old covenant. And we're not saying that the new covenant and the old covenant goes beyond or abolishes anything in the new covenant in the New Testament. What we're saying is that he's the same today, yesterday, and forever, right? They broke the covenant then, right? With the molten calf and all that, right? But here, so strike out tithes too. But then it has heave offering. Now notice the heave offering here. The heave offering, the teruma. You see what the teruma is? Here we're seeing to connect the dots of the teruma, right? Since this Torah reading and feeding is teruma. So if the only part that ones and ones can get into is like the basics of it, let's just unpack what the name means, like the previous Torah portion, mishpatim, right? Mishpotim, right? The judgments, and before that, yitro. And each of the Torah portion has a key word, a key kind of name. And it's important for us to unpack that in context, because that will help, hopefully, us as we grow in grace and the knowledge, right, of the King of Kings Christ, Yeshua HaMoshiach, Adonenu, Robenu. So here we have the same link right here, right? Because we went down to the note here and says the second form is used in Deuteronomy 12:11. Let's scroll up here. So the second form here, right, is an offering, I guess in the sense of an offering, right? A particular offering, right? A present, right? You see what it says, the present as offered up. That's good right there. The present as offered up. Because we didn't get to the root just yet of teruma, right? But just follow along, walk with us, talk with us. Present, right? That which is presented, a present, contribution, an offering as something that's offered, keyword up. You see the word up is italicized. So in the notes, right, in the key Hebrew and also the Koine Greek, when we're in the New Testament, when we're looking in the Strongs, right, especially, it's the italicized words that are important. When we look at the King James text, the italicized words are not there. They've been supplied as crutches for the English readers based on the translators, translation. So the present up, present as something offered up, especially in sacrifice or as a tribute, right? As a tribute. Now, this word is translated in the King James Version of the Bible. You see where the word tribute has the two dots and the hyphen. Everything after the two dots, the colon and the hyphen in the Strong's dictionary, it shows the word as it appears in various areas of the King James Version only, right? So the King James Version, unlike the other versions, we can actually study it side by side and see where KJV is right and accurate, pretty much, and also where, as what we call, false translations appear. But even with the false translation that appear, we are not trying to assign, anything to the translator's mind. You know what I mean? It's in grace. We don't know what they was thinking. Maybe that's the best knowledge they had. Maybe they tried their best. But if we know better, we should do better. So every word afterward, gift, heave, offering. You see what it says shoulder? You see what it says shoulder? Heave, offering. Like imagine you carrying something on your shoulder so you can hold it up, and then you use it from your shoulder to lift it up to a higher level. This is the sense of the word, right? Oblation and oblation. So sometimes some translations would have oblation. And then so we might read something, and over here we find gift, over there we find oblation. Sometimes it's the same word in the Hebrew, and that can clear up a lot of potential confusion, right? So that which is offered or offered up, right? That offering, right? So here, this will go through this. Notice this phrase here. And the heave offering or the teruma of your hand, and the teruma of your yard, the teruma of your hand, right? And all your choice vows, all your what? Your choice, right? Mibchar. Mibchar means that which is chosen, right? The best. Mibchar, right? Mibchar, the choices. Something interesting here. You see the word choices? Let's go over here. Let me see if this is the same word right here, right? Mibchar is there, and then the root of mibchar is the word bahar. Bahar, which means to choose, to elect, the elect of God, to choose, to elect, right? To elect, to decide for. So here it says that Yahweh your Elohim, he shall choose, he shall elect, he shall choose, right? And then down here, we are also told, and to bring all of our choice, the mibchar, that which we have bahar, chosen, that which is choice, right? Right? Your choice vows. So we have vows here. The neder is vow, the vow, a vote of offering, your vow, your promise, your thing promise. That's why Yeshua said, don't swear. Don't swear by this or by that. You know what I mean? But let your yea be yea and your nay be nay. So if you make a vow, yes, this is what I'll do, or no, this is what I won't do, right? And then pay your vows, right? Yes. So the promise, the yay, or nay, right? But all of your choice vows, right? Which your vow, here's the verb, right? Nadar. So nadar is the verb, and neder is the noun. So to all those who be saying, well, there's no vowels in Hebrew and it's only one or two vowels, that would be a very confusing language. It's unsustainable. All right. So we're trying to encourage the brothers and sisters to kind of like continue to grow in certain things, right? And use these as examples. So if we say both words as nadar, so how can I say that he vowed a vow in Hebrew? Right? Simply I could say, nadar neder, right? But the other Israelites will say it's nadar. See how confusing it is? He vowed. What did he vow? Oh, he vowed a vow. So what is the word for a vow? The thing. Oh, that's nadar. So what's the verb? Nadar. See, you see the confusing, right? Okay. So right there, right? Which y'all vow, la Yahuwah, to he who be. The choice of your vows. Look at that. The choice. Isn't choice a part of will? Isn't choice a part of having will? Like if if I say which one you want between this and that. Now you could say, well, I don't have free will because what I want is not part of the choice. But you have free will because you're not choosing what the choice before you. You're saying I'm not choosing that because I want something else. So, but here it says the choice of your vows. All right. So just to bring out this right here, just as a context here. So here's his first verse. Speak to the children of Israel, the sons of Israel, that they bring me a teruma, right? A teruma, right? A contribution, an offering of every man that giveth it willingly. Nadab, right? Nadab is a sense of willing, freely, willingly, right? With his heart. Willingly with what? His heart, right? Notice in the verse that we just went to in Deuteronomy 12:11, it said, the teruma of your hand. Here it says, every man that giveth it willingly with his heart. All right, so somebody can give you something of their hand, but it's not really coming from their heart. Y'all shall take terumati. So here in the Hebrew, here we have the same word teruma, but because we went over the verse, we know that he says terumati. What is terumati? Terumati is my teruma. My teruma. So once again, teruma basically contribution and offering. Let's go a little deeper. Let's go a little deeper. Let's go to the roots in Hebrew culture here to the roots. So here we have the H8641 in the dictionary, teruma, and the origin of this, according to the dictionary, is from the H7311. So the root word of teruma is room, right? Not rum. I know it looks like rum, right? R-U-M, rum. But you see that circumflex, that kind of triangle over the top, right? I think that's a circumflex. I forget exactly that convex, that kind of pyramid over the U, right? That's a long sound. So it's not rum, is a short sound. It's not rum. And that's not how the Hebrew sounds really go. It's actually room. It's actually room, like the phonetic. The phonetic is correct there. So this is the verb, room, right? Teruma. Get it? Teruma. Right? So room is the verb. Teruma is the noun. Right? So room, teruma. Room, teruma. He lifted up, right? Room, right? A teruma, an offering, to rise up, to be high, right? Like to lift something up highly, to exalt something, right? Can be used in different senses. The polel sense is like in raising children, right? Room, like raising them up, causing them to grow, right? Also the sense of lift up, to raise, to exalt something, to lift up, to lift, to raise, right? To erect, to set on high, to lift up can have the sense of like to take something away, like you lift something up off of the table, to take it away in that sense, right? To lift off, right? To present. You see the sense? Notice the sense of this, to lift off and present, to contribute, to offer, right? To contribute, right? So the sense of this word right here, let's go down here, right? Is like, whatever you offer up, like when we say like you offer up, somebody offer up, like they offer up, like they lift it up. It's like to throw it up, like to lift it up. It has this kind of a sense, whatever you spontaneous, like to lift, here, take this. So it's like from a lower position, you're lifting this up for a higher purpose. Check right here. So here's the key verse here for this teruma concerning the contributions. Right now, notice this right here in this whole area that we're reading here in these chapters until we get to like chapter 32 or so. Moshe is up in Moshe. He's on the mountain. Remember when he went up, right? And then these instructions started coming to him. So he's on the mountain. The people are not really hearing this just yet, right? It's going to take the people a while before they hear it. Now, the interesting thing is when we look at Teruma here, right, at Exodus chapter 25, after the people commit the sin, the uckery, they break the covenant, they break their word, right, and go after the molten calf, there is a gap because people don't know what's going on now. They came into the covenant, they're joyful, happy, we're God's people, we're the covenant people, and then they broke it so quickly, right? And so Moshe actually goes back up there after, Moses breaks the first tablets and everything. He goes back up there, right? And then, it's renewed, right? And then he comes down. So the people don't get to hear this. They would be able to hear this very soon, like at chapter 31, almost chapter 32, if they didn't do in chapter 32 what they did do with the molten calf, falsely called the golden calf. We're going to pick up on that like we did with the 10 words, right? Also, hail up to Sister Sojourner. She said the 10 words, with the 10 words. From the knowledgeable Hebrew perspective, it's not 10 commandments, but it's 10 words. Those 10 words, called falsely the 10 commandments, is one commandment. Why James says if you break one, you break all, right? Why His Majesty, the King of Kings of Ethiopia, elect of God, he says, my advice to all is to fulfill. Right? Yes. So right here, the people don't get to hear any of this just yet. Like Moses is ready to come down when we get to like chapter 29, 30, roughly chapter 31 or so, before chapter 32. Moses is ready to come down to share this with everyone. Like, yeah, wow, we God's people. But then, Yahweh told him to get down because he said the people you brought out of Mitzrayim so quickly, they have apostatized themselves. They've fallen away, and then Moses tried to plead and he said, no, these are the people you brought out. Well, we haven't got into that just yet, but we'll get to that part. What I'm trying to say right here is that as you're reading this seems to be repeated. So we're reading this here because Moses is hearing this directly on the mount. This is what's being communicated, the additional, we can say, direction instructions to Moshe, right? For this people that will be, a kingdom of the priesthood. So it was originally for all of the people, especially the sons, all of the sons of Israel will be a part of that priesthood. But after the molten calf, only the Levites were deemed worthy, right? Because the Levites, according to the text, when Moshe said who's on Yahweh's side, right? It was the Levites only that responded to teach us that it was on the Levites that alone had that clear conscience, that they could still say, we are on Yahweh's side. Because look, the people got bummy here, Yes, the whole point about Aaron is another interesting point to go into. But here we're at this Torah reading and feeding. Let's touch on this first word right here.
Kuli teruma me'ait kolish asher yidreinu lipo tikohu et terumati and Jehovah Shemot teruma kafe Waidaber Yahweh el Moshe lemor דבר אל בני ישראל ויקחו לי תרומה מאת כל איש אשר ידרנו ליפו תיקחו את תרומתי. And Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, וידבר יהוה אל משה לאמור, דבר, speak, דבר אל בני ישראל, speak to the children, speak to the bnei Israel, the sons of Israel. Where that they take for me, where that they take for me teruma, an offering, teruma, a contribution, may to call ish of all man, may to call ish of every man of all man, asher idreinu lipo, whose heart maketh him willing, asher idreinu lipo, whose heart maketh him willing. Tikohu et terumati. Ye y'all shall take terumati, my offering, my contribution. Tikohu et terumati. Here, Shema Yisrael, Hebrew first words here for the Yod Tate, for the 19th Rastafari sabbatical study, here, for this Shabbat strong, Shabbat Teruma, Sabbath offerings, Sabbath contributions. Wa'idaberi Yehovah el Moshe lemor, daber el bnei Yisrael, v'yikchu li teruma, me'et kol ish, asher yidreinu lipo, tikohu eta terumati.
Et terumati.
And learn some useful Hebrew. Come be a part of. Where Hebrew feels like home.
So right here. So we have speak to the children of Israel, that they bring me an offering of every man that giveth it willingly. Yidabeinu libo, with a willing heart. Yidabeinu libo. That has nadab, yidabeinu libo, his heart willing. Y'all shall take my offering. Wow, look at that. Look at the H3947. Well, there's two places in this one verse. I notice some words are repeated in this one verse. Teruma, offering, is repeated twice in this verse. And then when it says that they bring, that's the H3947. And then at the last part of the verse where it says, y'all shall take So you see how the translator used a little bit of Christian liberty, right? Right here. Over here is lakach, right? To take. And over here is lakach, right? To take. But over here they say that they bring. In our reading, we basically just brought it out that they take, right? That they take, here, bring it out right there, that they take for me, right? So the KJV, bring me, in the Hebrew is take for me, right? And we're speaking about the heave offering, like to heave it up, like to lift it up, like almost like something you lift up, almost like you're offering something. And as you offer it, you're not just like giving it over. You know, like I could give you something like kind of horizontally, right? But if you lift it up, you lift up vertically. This is the sense of the word teruma, from the root room, to exalt, to lift it up. So what we read here in the Hebrew was actually the first and the second verse of the key words, right? So here, let's scroll over to the Hebrew Tanakh, right? And we're going to go over the first and second verse. The key word is found in the second verse of the reading here. Why dabir Yahweh il Moshe Lamor. And he who be, Yahweh, right, said, Il Moshe, to Moses, right? Lamor, saying, and Yahweh spake to Moses, Lamor, saying, here's a verse here, Dabir, it's like a command, Dabir, speaking to a man, Dabir, right? It's like speak, Dabir il Achio, right? Speak to, his brother, right? Dabir, to speak. Right, speaking to an individual man. Here, the command to Moshe is Daber il B'nai, speak to the B'nai, the sons of Yisrael. Daber il B'nai Yisrael, where yikachuli, where yikahu, where and yikahu from lakach, right? Yikahu, right? That they take li for me. Where yikahu li, that they take for me teruma, an up offering. May 8, right? May 8 to call Ish, right? From all Ish. So here, from all man, here he uses the term Ish instead of Adam. He uses the term Ish instead of Geber. He uses the term Ish instead of Enosh. Those are all other words for man. But here, Ish, right? From all man, right? Man of a responsibility, man of a standing is Ish. If it said Adam, Adam is just general man. Yes? But Daber il B'nai Yisrael, V'yikahu liya teruma, Me'eta call Ish, Asher, right? From all Ish, from all man, literally from all man. Me'et call Ish, right? Asher, that which one who Yiddabeinu, right? Yiddabeinu means like one Nadab. His heart, Yiddabeinu, his heart is willing, his heart is incited, right? Impelled, almost like compelled in the sense. Yiddabeinu libo. This is speaking about one whose heart is willing. Yiddabeinu is Nadab. Yiddabeinu libo. Tikahu. Y'all are to take. Tikahu. So where it says bring, it's yikahu li. It's take for me. Let them take. Yikahu. Let them lakach li for me. And then at the end of the verse, it repeats it, but now it's like, let them take, the people, the sons of Israel, take li to me, for me, right? And y'all, what they take, right? You are to take from what they take for my teruma. Tikohu et terumati. So the key word here is teruma, right? So with that being said right there, let's just scroll down here, right? Scroll down a little bit more. So here, this Torah reading and feeding, here we have the 19th reading from the Torah, right? That is named in the Hebrew, teruma, right? In Exodus chapter 25, verse 2, the second verse of the reading, Yahweh commanded Moshe to tell or to speak to the sons of Israel, right? To tell them to take a contribution, a teruma, yikohuli, right? Teruma, right? The word translated, right, in some translations as contribution, and in the King James Version as offering, is the Hebrew teruma. 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 That is the name of this Torah portion, this 19th sabbatical study, this Torah reading, Parashat Teruma. Teruma is a word with no real English equivalent. This is true according to the context. It's not a direct. One might say offering. Well, yes, if you understand the Hebrew, yes, it's an offering, but it's a certain kind of offering. Yes, it's a contribution, but it's a certain kind of contribution. You know, the words bring out, like I said, teruma is from the word room. Room means to lift up or to raise up, right? Not just to give over, don't not give over, but lift up, raise up. Check. In the Torah, teruma refers to a certain type of offering that was dedicated or livicated to the temple or to the tabernacle, like a tithe, for example, a ma'aser, like the first fruits offering. In Exodus 25, what we have here is this contribution, this offering is for the building of a holy place, of a set apart place. Mikdash, right? A mikdash, right? Or like a kodesh, a sacred place, a holy place. This Torah reading is basically occupied with the instructions for the construction of the structure known as the tabernacle and its furniture or furnishings, right? This is what we have right here at this 19th sabbatical study for this Shabbat Strong. Key theme right here, Chabarim, you can see right there is inside the ark. Here, the Ark of the Covenant comes into context. Inside the ark, right? The ark. The Ark of the Covenant was, and according to the pattern recognition, the Ark of the Covenant. You see, do we have some arcs there, right there? Okay, the Ark of the Covenant. All right. And we're going to like to look at this from the tabernacle of Moshe to the tabernacle of David to the temple of Solomon to see the progression, right? So the Ark of the Covenant, the Aron HaBarit, right? But when it's first mentioned, the ark, firstly in the scripture, if we correct, the ark is mentioned as the ark of the testimony. Now, of course, one will say, you're playing semantics. What is semantics? Semantics means significant meanings, important meaning in word. Is there important meaning in word? In the beginning was the word, right? That should be simple enough, right? But the Ark of the Covenant was first called the Ark of the Testimony. The Ark of the Testimony, right? We'll bring that out right now. Just a quick little overview right here, right? Here. The Ark of the Covenant was, right, and symbolically is, right, the heart of the tabernacle. It's the heart of the holy place. As such, it corresponds to the heart of man. So the tabernacle, right? The tabernacle of man. You heard about, like, they talk about the temple, how the temple is a temple of man, like how different temples somehow were symbolically supposed to be like related to the human and the human body. Well, maybe they were, but this here from Yahweh is directly connected with that. So we have the tabernacle, right, in the outer sense, right, in the old covenant, right, in the Brit Chadasha, we find that our bodies, right, don't know you not, as it says, know you not, right, that our bodies are that tabernacle, that temple. As such, it corresponds, the ark, therefore, right, it corresponds to the heart of man, seen as the Ark of the Covenant, the heart of the tabernacle, corresponding, right, to the temple of man, right, to the heart of man. Heartical, not artificial, but heartical. Just as the ark, Ha-Aaron, was Elohim's throne, was Yahweh's throne. Did you know? The ark was symbolically, according to what we have in the scriptures, Elohim's throne in the tabernacle. In the tabernacle, right? We need to make our hearts, therefore, a suitable throne, for him in our lives and in I and I liberty. All right. There's that Rastafari tune, I think it's what, Ras Ivi and some of the Ayabengi, that mansion there. They say, if you don't know the history of the ark, then you a skylark. Right? Like they chant about how important it is to know the history of the ark. And usually what we hear in the song is talk about, well, the ark, was brought from, Jerusalem to Ethiopia, and then to Ethiopia, and this is what connects Ethiopia. Well, that's important. And we're not saying that's not important, but that's like the latter part of it. You know what I mean? That's like if you're baking a cake, that's like the cream on top of the cake, right? But it doesn't tell us nothing about the cake, right? So here we're actually getting into the ingredients, the ingredients of the cake, right? The commentary note right here from Exodus 25 and 16 right here is what? You shall put into the ark, the Aaron. What shall we put into the ark, right? The testimony that I shall give you. Exodus 25 and 16, Chabarim. Take note, take note. And we're seeking to encourage the fellow disciples as well as I and ourselves, to get our composition notebooks and really get into these studies, taking notes. Like if as we go along, we go through it, just write the notes down, right? You'll be surprised the treasure that you will find when you look in that notebook, after it's fulfilled, right? After it's fulfilled. Right here, Exodus 25:16 says, you shall put into the ark the testimony that I shall give you. Question. What was the testimony that the I, right, speaking about the one who said, Ehya, Asha, Ehya, I will be who I will be, translated as I am that I am, right? What is, right, the testimony? We have to answer that. What is the testimony, right? What's the testimony? And also, is this why the ark first is referred to as the ark of the testimony, or of his testimony, right? So right here, let's touch on a little more of this because we're going to get into the first and second day's reading. Let's go over this. It's easy to look good, right, on the outside. But how do we make our hearts pure? How do we purify our hearts? All right, I gotta get that Johnny Osborne tune, Johnny Osborne classic roots tune. Purify your heart. Check it out, Chabarim. Right, Johnny Osborne, purify your heart. Right, and also the Psalm, Psalm 24, and give thanks, Malka Makada, Queen Makada, that tune right there, the Psalm 24 tune. Niki Kapayim, right, clean palms, clean hands, clean palms. Niki Kapayim, Ubar Lebab, and purified heart, right? Clean hands and a pure heart, or more correctly in the Hebrew, innocent hands and a purified heart. Niki Kapayim Ubar Lebab. So, looking good from the outside, no problem, right? But how do we make our hearts pure? How do we purify our hearts and keep them pure? Is it even possible? Some people say it's not possible. Some people say they love God, they love the Lord. They might even say they love Jesus. But they say nobody's perfect, nor nobody can be perfect. Forget about it. They say the only one that's perfect, right, is Jesus. Or the only one that's perfect is the Father. But then I say, wait, if you love Jesus so much, right, did you hear what he said? He said, be ye perfect. All right, so is it even possible? In Hebrew thought, the heart is not regarded, right, as the seat of the emotions. The heart is not regarded in the Hebrew thought directly, right? It's related to, there's a relationship to emotions, but the heart is not regarded from a Hebrew perspective as directly the seat of emotions, right? Instead, it represents a person's thoughts, Hebraically, person's intellect, Hebraically, and the will, right? And the will. The Hebrew Bible uses the word heart the way we use the word mind in English, right? Mind in English, right? So the Torah says, Every intent of the thoughts of man's heart was only evil continually. Notice every what? Intent of the thoughts from Genesis chapter 6, verse 5. And also in Genesis chapter 8, verse 21, it says, the intent of man's heart is evil, is rah-rah. He's on that rah-rah. He's on that rah-rah, right? From his youth. The prophet Jeremiah, what did he say in Jeremiah chapter 17, verse 9? He said, the heart is more deceitful than all else and is desperately sick. I know it says desperately wicked, the King James Version, but really, if you study the Hebrew, it's like desperately weak, desperately sick, right? Is actually what the Hebrew says, right? The heart is more deceitful than all else and is desperately sick. Who can know it is the KJV, but who can understand it? Jeremiah 17:9. If this is the state of the human mind, Hebraically called the heart, how can we ever hope to change? How can we have pure hearts? Who can say? One of my favorite Psalms, I haven't read this in a moment, but I share this here. Proverbs 20:9. Who can say, I have cleansed my heart, I am pure from my sin? Proverbs chapter 20, verse 9. Who can say? Can you say? Can I? I have cleansed my heart. I am pure from my sin. The proverb asks, right? Elohim, Yahweh Eloheinu, he promises that he will change our hearts from within. This is his yea, his amen, amen of the Brit Chadasha. Yes, the Brit Chadasha, right? In Jeremiah 31:33. Now I'm showing some of the pics right there, but this is from the Torah reading right here on the LOJS, right? LOJS, right? Torah portion, right? For this 19th sabbatical study, right? So the promise of the Brit Chadasha, what is the promise of the renewed covenant, right? You know where we have the new covenant first mentioned? It's in the old, so what they call the Old Testament, the Old Covenant. In Jeremiah 31:33, even he who be Yahweh Eloheinu HaKadosh, the Holy One, Baruch Hu, blessed be he, Baruch Hashem. What did he say? Right? He said that he would make a new covenant with Amo Yisrael. He would make a new covenant with his people Yisrael, with the Beit Yisrael, with the Beta Israel. And as a part of the Brit Chadasha, as a part of the Brit Chadasha, he would change their hearts by writing Torato. That's how it reads in the Hebrew, Torato. What is Torato? Torato is his Torah. He would write his Torah, right, on them. We're going to go into these verses a little bit more, but it's just a little overview here, right? In Jeremiah 31:33, right? 31:33 for this teruma. But this is the covenant, this is the Brit that I will make with the Beit Yisrael. So when you read it, it says with the house, the Bayit, the Beta Israel, the Bayit Yisrael, in the Hebrew, Beit Yisrael, in the Ge'ez, World and Hark, Beta Yisrael, the Bayit, right, the house of Israel. After those days declares Yahweh, I will put Torati, my Torah, right? My direction, instruction within them. Where? Within them, right? And on their heart, right? On their heart, on their what? Well, remember the heart in the Hebrew sense is what? The mind, right? On their mind, right? I will write it. And I will be their Elohim, and they shall be Ami. They shall be my people. We're going to get into this a little more. The tabernacle, that's the ground plan right there of the tabernacle, right? And also how when we study the tabernacle, we can see that pattern. It's something that Moshe is told that we read and read, but then we found to be so interesting when he opened up our eyes, right? He said to Moshe, see that you do all things according to the pattern, right? See that you make all things according to the pattern, right, of the tabernacle, the pattern that was shown to you in the mount. Now, right there where you see the ark and the tent by itself, that's what David did in Zion. That's where we go from the tabernacle of Moses to the tabernacle of David before we get to the temple of Solomon. These are certain, how can I say, like you first you go to kindergarten, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? And then you go to like, what do they call it? Junior high school, the basic grades. And then you go like to high school. And then sometimes ones might go to college or trade school. Right there, they're there. So in Jeremiah 31:33 is the key verse, right? The key verse, right? Connection, right? The concept of placing the Torah in our hearts. What does this mean, Chaverim? How do we place the Torah, right, in our hearts? This is illustrated by the ark, was called the Ark of the Covenant, and first called the Ark of the Testimony, right? The ark was made to house what? The two tablets of the covenant. And the two tablets of the covenant is what he says earlier up here, here, in this Torah reading and feeding Exodus 25:16. You shall put, speaking to Moshe, into the ark, the testimony that I shall give you. It's almost like witness protection. You get it? Okay, witness protection. Okay, a witness usually is a person, right? Evidence is a witness, but that's like a testimony, right? A testimony is what the witness brings forward, but the evidence can testify, right? So here's the connection here, right? Of the concept of placing the Torah in our hearts is illustrated by the Ark of the Covenant. How is it illustrated by the Ark of the Covenant? The Ark was made to house what? What was the Ark made to house? Right? The two tablets of the covenant, right? Remember the two tablets is where we have the 10 words, right? Falsely called the 10 commandments. And when they're first given, he says this is the dibrei, right? Habrit, right? These are the words of the covenant, the Aseret HaDebarim, the 10 words, right? These are the words of the covenant, right? So the two tablets, right, is the 10 words, Aseret HaDebarim, the 10 words. But it's also called, based on this first giving, it's called the words of the covenant. So the 10 words, right, the commandment is also known as the words, Dibrei Habrit, Dibrei Brit, Dibrei Habrit, the words of the covenant, right? So the ark was made to house the two tablets of the covenant. So too, the Torah, right? The Torah is to be placed in our hearts, which Hebraically, the heart refers to the mind. You see, there's the other parts where it says, try my kidneys and my reins, my kidneys, the reins. Well, the reins are the kidneys. You know what I mean? The prophet Ezekiel, Ezekiel also speaks of, you could say, temple, tabernacle, doesn't he? Right? The prophet Ezekiel, right? Here in the prophet Ezekiel, he promises that in the messianic redemption, right, Yahweh will give us new hearts. He will give us what? He will give us new hearts. Where do we have this? Ezekiel 36:26. Ezekiel 36:26. Moreover, I will give you a new heart and put a new spirit, right, within you. And I will remove, who's going to do it? He says, he will remove the heart of stone, the stony heart, from your flesh, and will give you a heart of flesh. Interesting, ain't it? All right. So when we commit ourselves, right, to be followers, here they say followers, but we're going to step up on this right here to be disciples, right? To be disciples. He said, be my disciple, learn of me. right? He is our Rebbe. He's our rabbi, the rabbi of rabbis, the Robbeinu Yeshua HaNotzri, right? And we are to be Talmids, right? Or Talmudim, right? And follow him this way as disciples, right? And recipients, right? Recipients of his cleansing. The spirit of Elohim begins the process of recreating, chabarim, recreating our hearts, right? Let this mind, in the New Covenant scripture says, let this mind, you get it? Let this mind be in you. We should pray toward this end, this fulfillment, with the words of King David, of Dawid HaMelech, who said, what did David say? David said, create in me a clean heart, O Elohim, O Creator, O Judge. In Psalm 51:10, create in me a clean heart, O Elohim. Then we may declare along with him, along with great King Dawid, right? In Psalm 40:8, what does it read? I delight to do your will, O my Elohim, O Elohai, Hailai. I delight to do your will, Elohai, O my Elohim, right? My creator, my judge, right? Your Torah, right? Your Torah, Torah Teka, is within Libi. The Kareb, Libi, is in my heart, is in my mind. So the Torah can be likened as well to a marriage contract. Ever thought about that? The covenant is like a marriage contract. Now, this might explain and does explain why in the prophets, through many of the prophets, when he speaks to Yisrael, he's not speaking like he spoke in Exodus, saying Israel is my son, but it's like Israel is like married, is like an unfaithful woman or unfaithful wife, right? But he's speaking to the sons of Israel, right? In that sense. Like how a man would look at, his woman or wife that's unfaithful. You know what I mean? Wow, what a bad thing. Now Yahweh turns it around. He says, well, y'all are like this unfaithful wife. So that means the Torah properly, right, can be likened, right, to a marriage contract. What is a marriage contract? In Hebrew, we call it the ketubah. Ketubah, right? The ketubah. In the Yehudi, the Judahite tribe of Judah, right? The ketubah is placed somewhere within the family home as a continual reminder. So use that document, the ketubah, right? The ketubah was often like placed up, it was like in a prom, like somebody graduate from, college or university or trade school, they'll might put up their degree somewhere. So it's like, yeah, you went there, you graduated, okay. So this is what in many traditional Yehudi tribe of Judah families, that contract, right, that ketubah also is put up as a continual reminder of what? Well, we got married. Well, yes, but also of the obligations, right? The marriage obligations, right? Right? Beyond just, some of the things that people say today, right? In the days of Moshe, the tabernacle stood, right, in the center of the encampment of the tribes of Israel. Hail up to like Damian Marley and who's that? Who's the one that did that tune? What was that tune called right there? Foundation in the Holy Place. There's this tune that in Buju Banton's on that tune right there. But there's a verse they say, foundation in the holy place, right? And immediately we got to see, well, that's what the tabernacle was. The tabernacle was placed in the center, right? Was the heart of the encampment. It was the heart of the camp. It was the center of the camp of the tribes of Yisrael. That's what Balaam actually saw when he spied out Yisrael, when he was like, wow, how beautiful this is. Look at the order of that. And he told Barak, right? Not Barack Obama, but he told the other Barack, he said, I can't curse them. Yahweh will not allow me to curse them. So in the days of Moses, the tabernacle stood in the center of the encampment of the tribes of Israel. Why? Because that was a pattern that Moshe was shown when he was in the mountain. And Yahweh says, see that you do all things, pattern recognition. So right there from the scripts, we have an important teaching on pattern recognition. The focal point of the tabernacle was an inner chamber. And that inner chamber was called what? It was called the Holy of Holies, right? In that stood what? In that stood the Ark, right, of the covenant, the Ark of the testimony. The two tablets, right, of the 10 words, that's called pseudonomously, falsely, the 10 commandments, actually the commandment, the two tablets of the commandment, the two tablets of the 10 words of the commandment, they were where? They were inside the ark. They were inside the ark. In that regard, Ha-Torah, right? The Torah is Yahweh's ketubah with Yisrael. And this was the center of the home. They say home is where the heart is. Home is where the heart is. Yes, I, Rastafari. Well, here, right? The here, tribe of Judah, right? Right, tribe of Judah, right? So the next point here, we'll pick up on this as we move forward, but the midot u mitzvot, character and deeds, or measures, characteristics, measures, and commands, right? The heart of the disciple. What is the heart of the Talmud? The heart of the disciple. You shall overlay it with gold. So in Exodus 25:11, what does it say? You shall overlay it with gold. Speaking about how the ark was created. Also, the ark also reflects the true Trinity. Because the ark is actually threefold. It's actually three squares in one. Did you know that the ark also reflects the true Hebrew Trinity, as it's a 3-in-1 box, right? There is the wooden structure of it, box 1. There's the overlay on the inside, box 2. And there's the overlay on the outside, box 3. It's actually a 3-in-1, right? It's a 3-in-1, right, structure. But here, we'll touch on a little bit more of this right here. Exodus 25:11. You shall overlay it with pure gold. Inside and outside, you shall overlay it. Get it? You shall overlay it with pure gold. Right? Now, the detail of that, inside and out. So, inside, overlay with pure gold. Outside, overlay with pure gold. Right? So, it's a box, right? Acacia wood. Inside, a box, overlay. Right? Outside, another box, overlay. And you shall make a what? A gold molding around it, a gold molding, basically a crown, right? There's a crown, right, on the ark. That's why when people talk about, like, sin is actually like fornication under the crown of the king. Now, if you spell that out, it's the word people say F-U-C-K, right? But actually, one time that was a crime. And here's the interesting thing: there's a crown on the ark, right? And then in the ark is the 10 words, right? And this is why on the Day of Atonement, the blood is put, right, with the Ishans being burned in the holy place, the blood is put on the mercy seat. It is said that when Yahweh would look, right, he would look down, and he was like his throne there, the ark. And in the throne, right, is the 10 words, right? And when he looks down there and he sees the blood of that innocent animal, right, that takes away, right, that covers, in a sense, the sins of Yisrael, right? So it's interesting, the connection of the crown around the ark. We'll touch on that a little bit more, but here, let's touch on this first aliyah right here. I'd like to touch on this first aliyah right here for this Torah reading and feeding. And it's here we pick up with let's scroll up here so you can see this up here. So aliyah 1 and 2, right? For this Torah reading and feeding, what's aliyah 1 and 2? We have Exodus chapter 25, right? Exodus chapter 25, verses 1 to 6, aliyah 1. First day's reading here, the second day of the Shavua, Exodus chapter 25, verses 17 to 30. So basically, Exodus chapter 1. Exodus chapter 25, verse 1, Exodus chapter 25, verse 1 to verse 30 right here. Shema Yisrael.
And here. Shema Yisrael. Here, give ear right here. Here for the 19th Rastafari sabbatical study, sabbatical Seder, here for this Shabbat strong. Here for Shabbat Teruma. Here picking up the second book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called Exodus. Here from the Sefer Shemot, from the book of the names. We have Yod 8, the 19th. Here picking up with chapter Kaf Hey, chapter 25. Second book of Moses. Here for the Rishon Ali. Here for the first of offering up here for this Shabbat Teruma. Sabbath, offer. Moshe in the mount. The tabernacle. The first item, the materials. B'shem ha'av v'habein v'ruach ha'kadosh Yahuwah echad. V'yidaberi Yahuwah el Moshe leimor. Daber el b'nei Yisrael. V'yikachu li teruma me'et kolish. Asher yidveinu lipo tikochua eta terumati. And Yahuwah and Jehovah spake to Moses, saying, Vaydaber Yahuwah il Moshe leimor. Speak to the children of Yisrael. Speak to the children of Israel that they bring I an offering. Of every man that giveth it willingly with his heart, ye y'all shall take my offering. Daver il b'nei Yisrael. Speak, daver il b'nei Yisrael, to the children, to the b'nei Yisrael, to the sons of Yisrael. V'yikachu li teruma. That they bring me an offering. V'yikachu li. That they take for me, take for I, with yikachuli, teruma, an offering, teruma, a contribution, with yikachuli, teruma, may a to call ish, of every man, may a to call ish, asher, yidveinu libo, of every man that giveth it willingly with his heart. Asher yidveinu libo, for willing hearts yidveinu libo tikochu eta terumati. Ye y'all shall take my offering, terumati, my contribution, and this the offering that y'all shall take of them, gold and silver and brass, with zot. Ha teruma asher tikochu meitam zahav wa kesef u'nechoshet, and blue and purple and scarlet and fine linen and goats and ram skins dyed red and badger skins and shittim wood, oil for the light, spices for the anointing oil, and sweet incense, sweet ancients, onyx stones and stones to be set in the ephod, and in the breastplate, the choshen, and let them and make me a sanctuary, that I may dwell among them. With asu li mikdash, with shakanti bitokam, and make me a sanctuary. The asu li, for me, make. With asu li mikdash, a holy place, a mikdash, a sanctuary. With shakanti, that I may dwell. The shakanti bitokam, that I may dwell among them. According to all that I shew thee, after the pattern of the tabernacle and the pattern of all the instruments thereof, even so shall y'all make. K'kol asher ani mar'eh oteka eita tavnita ha-mishkan ve'eita tavnita kol kelayo ve'ken ta'esu. the tabernacle. Second item, ha'aron. Second item, the tabot. The second item, the ark. Verse 10. And they shall make an ark of shittim wood, 2 cubits and a half shall be the length thereof, and a cubit and a half the breadth thereof, and a cubit and a half the height thereof. And thou shalt overlay it with pure gold, within and without shalt thou overlay it, and shalt make upon it a crown of gold round about. And thou shalt cast 4 rings of gold for it, and put them in the 4 corners thereof, and 2 rings shall be in the one side of it, and 2 rings in the other side of it. And thou, the eye, shalt make staves, shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. And thou shalt put the staves into the rings by the sides of ha'aron, by the sides of the tabot, by the sides of the ark. That ha'aron, that the ark, that the tabot may be borne with them. The staves shall be in the rings of ha'aron, of the ark of the tabot. They shall not be taken from it. And thou, the eye, shalt put into ha'aron, into the tabot, into the ark, the testimony that I shall give thee, with Natata illa harona eta ha'eduta asher etena eleka. And here, Shema Yisrael, here, for the Sheni, here for the Sheni Aliyah, for the second up offering up, the second reading here, for this Shabbat Teruma, Sabbath offerings, Sabbath contribution. Here picking up with the second book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called Exodus chapter 25, here at verse 17, for the Sheni Aliyah, for the second up offering up. With Asita Ka Poret Zahav Tahora Amatayim Wa Heitzi Arikaha with Ama Wa Chetzi Rachevaha, and thou shalt make a mercy seat. And thou shalt make a mercy seat of pure gold, 2 cubits and a half shall be the length thereof, and a cubit and a half the breadth thereof. The asita kaporet, a mercy seat, a kaporet. Asita kaporeta zahabat ahora amataim. And thou shalt make a kaporet, a mercy seat, pure gold. Wa chetzi arekaha with ama wa chetzi rachevaha. 2 cubits and a half the length thereof, and a cubit and a half the breadth thereof. And thou shalt make 2 cherubim, cherubim of zahav, of gold. Beaten work shalt thou make them in the 2 ends of the kaporet of the mercy seat. And make 1 cherub on the one end, and the other cherub on the other end, even. Of the kaporet of the mercy seat shall ye all make the cherubim, the cherubim, on the 2 ends thereof. And ha-kippurim, the cherubim, shall stretch forth wings on high, covering ha-kaporet, the mercy seat, with their wings, and their faces shall look one to another. Towards the mercy seat ha-kaporet shall the faces of ha-kippurim, cherubim, the faces of the cherubim, ha-cherubim, be. And thou shalt put ha-kaporet, the mercy seat, above upon ha'aron, the ark, the tabot. And in ha'aron, in the ark, in the tabot, thou shalt put the testimony that I shall give thee. And there will I meet with thee. And there will I meet with thee, and I will commune with thee from above the mercy seat, ha-kaporet, from between the 2 cherubim, that upon the ark of the testimony of all things, that I will give thee in commandment to the Bnei Yisrael, to the children of Yisrael. ونتتا etaha kaporeta Allah ha'aron mila ma'illa We'illa ha'arona titena eta ha'eduta asher etena eleka. And thou shalt put the ark cover, hakaporet, above upon Haaron the ark, and in Haaron the ark shalt thou shalt put the testimony. Allah Harona mila ma'ila wila Harona titena ha'eduta. Thou shalt put the testimony ha'edut, that I shall give thee I, Asher eten eleka, and they are, I will meet with thee I. With no adati, yaleka, and there I will meet with the eye. With no adati yaleka, sham. There, sham. With no adati leka, sham, and there I will meet with the eye. With divartia iteka, and I will speak with the eye. With divarti iteka, and there I will speak with the eye from above the ark cover. May all ha-kaporet, from above the kaporet, may all ha-kaporet, mi bain shnei ha-kerurim, with the eye from above the ark cover, from between the two kerubim. Mi bain shnei ha-kerurim, that are upon the ark of the testimony. Asher al Aaron ha-edut, of all things that I will give thee in commandment to the Bnei Yisrael, to the children, to the sons of Yisrael. Eit kol asher esawe oteka il Bnei Yisrael. The tabernacle. Third item, the table of shew bread. Verse 23. Thou shalt also make a table shittim wood, 2 cubits shall be the length thereof, and a cubit the breadth thereof, and a cubit and a half the height thereof. And thou shalt overlay it with pure zahav, pure gold, and make thereto a crown of zahav, of gold round about. And thou shalt make to it a border of an hand breadth round about. And thou shalt make a golden crown to the border thereof round about. And thou shalt make for it 4 rings of gold, zahab, and put the rings in the 4 corners that on the 4 feet thereof. Over against the border shall the rings be for places of the staves, to bear, to carry, to bear the table. And thou shalt make the staves shittim wood, and overlay them with zahav, with gold, and that the table may be borne with them. And thou shalt make the dishes thereof, and spoons thereof, and covers thereof, and bowls thereof to cover withal. Pure zahav, pure gold shalt thou make them. And thou shalt set upon the table shew bread before me, before I, always. Natata ala ha shulchana lechem panim lefanai tamid. And thou shalt set upon the table shew bread before I always. Natata ala ha shulchana, and thou shalt set upon the shulchan. Natata ala ha shulchan lechem panim. Show bread, bread of the faces, bread of the presences. Lechem panim, lefanai tamid, before me always. And here, Shema Yisrael, here for the shalishi, le sephardim. Here for the shalishi, the third aliyah, third up offering, le sephardim, according to the Sephardim here, second book of Moshe, Hebrew book, that is called Exodus chapter 25, here at verse 31, for the shalishi, the third aliyah, le sephardim. We asita, menorata zahabat ahora mikasha teya ase ha-menorah Yerekaha we kanaha gebi'eha kafatoreha ufaracheha miyamenaha yehiyu miyamenah yehiyu. The tabernacle. Fourth item, the golden lampstand, the golden menorah. Here for the Shalishile Sephardim. And thou shalt make a menorah, a lampstand, pure gold, pure zahav. Beaten work shall the menorah, the lampstand, be made. His shafts and his branches, his bowls, his knobs, and his flowers shall be of the same. With osita menorata zahav tahora. And thou shalt make a menorah, lampstand of pure gold. With asita menorata zahabat ahora. Mikasha te ase, of beaten work. Mikasha te ase. Ha menorah. Ye rekaha, of beaten work shall the menorah be made. Even its base, its shaft, its cup, its knops, and its flowers shall be of one piece with it. Mikasha te ase ha menorah ye rekaha we kanaha gevieha kafatoreha ufaracheha miyamena yehiyu. And 6 branches shall come out of the sides of it. 3 branches of ha-menorah of the lampstand out of the one side, and 3 branches of ha-menorah, the lampstand, out of the other side. 3 bowls made like to almonds, a knot and a flower in one branch, and 3 bowls made like almonds in the other branch, a knot and a flower. So in the 6 branches that come out of ha-menorah, out of the lampstand. And in ha-menorah, the lampstand shall be 4 bowls made like to almonds, their knops and their flowers. And there shall be a knot under 2 branches of the same, and a knot under 2 branches of the same, and a knot under 2 branches of the same, according to the 6 branches that proceed out of ha-menorah, out of the lampstand. Their knops and their branches shall be of the same. All it shall be one beaten work of pure gold, zahav tahor. And thou shalt make the 7 lamps thereof, and they shall light the lamps thereof, that they may give light over against it. And the tongs thereof and the snuff dishes thereof shall be of zahav tahor, of pure gold. A talent of zahav tahor, pure gold, shall he make it with all these vessels. And look that thou make after their pattern that was shewed thee I in the mount. Urei wa esei bitavanitam asher ata ma'eh bahar, and see urei see urei and see wa esei bitavanitam, and see that thou make them after their pattern. Urei wa esei bitavanitam asher ata mar'eh bahar, that is being shewn to the eye. Asher ata mar'eh bahar, in the mount. Bahar, on the mount.
Yes, 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 yes. So the first and second aliyot right there, there. Something I didn't unpack. There was a pause, at the verse when talking about menorah. I thought I was going to unpack it. I saw it there, but guess I didn't want to get into too much commentary while just going through the basic read. But there's something that's a false translation, right? Okay, let's go back here to verse 31, right? I have to speak on this right here, here. So when speaking on the menorah, right? The menorah, the lampstand. Yeah, the lampstand. So falsely called the candlestick. So another falsely called. So what do we learn right here? So there's nobody 10 commandments in the proper Hebrew. It's actually 10 words. And the 10 words is one commandment. We've been speaking about that the so-called golden calf. People thought the golden calf. That's false because there's really no golden calf in the scripture according to the Hebrew. It says molten calf. And nobody talks about molten. Right? What about molten? There's not significance, but that's what it talks about. The molten calf that did have some gold. Yes, it has some gold, right? But it's a false translation all the same. But here we also have a false translation too, and the false translation is candlestick. 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 How does a candlestick burn? Well, it's wax, right? Wax. Did you read about? Did we hear about any wax? Was any wax mentioned? So far, no wax. They didn't say wax, and make sure you use wax, and make sure the candles have wax. No, this is the oil powered. It's oil powered, right? Right. The oil, olive oil. We're going to pick up on that as we go further instruction concerning the menorah. So the proper word here is menorah, right? The H4501 is menorah. What is a menorah? Menorah is not candlestick, but a lampstand. You see, if we don't understand the difference between candles and lamps, right? Now, we're not saying that, well, one cannot use candles because it says lamps here, but it says candlestick, and that's false, right? That's false because a candlestick is powered by wax, right? It's powered by wax, while a lampstand is powered by the oil. And then there's a Torah reading and feeding, Behalotika, where it goes into specificity of what kind of oil. The oil has to be oil olive, beaten pure. It has to be the pure oil, right? For the lampstand that in Hebrew is called the menorah. Menorah. Let's get used to the word menorah. Now, this word here, this is the part where I was listening to the pause. I went over it. We even echoed it, but we didn't bring it out. That the menorah is a noun feminine, right? Menorah is a noun feminine, right? It's the feminine of the word manor. So we have manor, masculine, manorah, manorah, the menorah. The menorah, the sense of manor is a beam, manor, right? A beam, right? Let's scroll down here, manor. Manor is a noun masculine, right? Here they're bringing out as a yoke, a plowing, frame of a loom, right? But if we go to the root, manor comes from near, near, near. What is near? Near, right? To break up freshly, to plow, to till, near. But it also means to glean, right? So let's get to this right here. Let's see. We have near, near. This is some of the different ways that near is spelled in the Hebrew. You find in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different spellings in the Hebrew. The same sound with proper vowels is basically the same. Near, 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 neara. Right? Basically, what is this word? This word is lamp. So you see, we had to go all the way to the root right here to bring out the lamp sense. Right? This is also a noun masculine. Properly, it's to glisten like a lamp, right? That is a burner, right? The sense of a lamp gives what? Light, literally or figuratively. But after the colon, the two dots, and the hyphen, it says candle, lamp, and light. So that means that this word, in some places of the scripture, the KJV, King James Version, is translated as candle. But that's not what it's meaning. A candle can give light, but it's not talking specifically about a candle, like candle stand, right? Or candlestick. It's talking about lampstand, right? Because Candlestick is powered by wax. A lampstand is powered by oil. Now, as we build on that, we recognize that oil is a symbol of the spirit, and then then we get to see how that relates to the unfolding, of Yahweh's word for us. So this is the first place right here that we want to point out, in this Torah reading and feeding, a false translation, right? And to kind of zoom into it, even though we didn't do it in the audible, we could have just said it like, okay, let's go through the verse here, and you'll see what we mean. So noun feminine. Right? What's the noun feminine? Is menorah. Menorah. So here it says, thou shalt make a candlestick. False. Thou shalt make a lampstand. A lampstand, pure gold. Right? Zahab, tahor. Zahab is gold. Tahor is pure. Right? And that word tahor is related to like the word teru. Teru in them heart. Tahor. Right? But it says beaten work. What kind of work shall it be? It shall be miksha. Miksha. Miksha is like a hammered out work. Miksha. Right? Miksha. Shall the menorah be made? Right? The lampstand. Not candlestick, but lampstand. A stand for the lamps. Right? That are powered by oil. Right? Not by wax burning, but oil burning. Yes? Not wax burning, but oil burning. His shaft and his branches, his bowls, his knops, and his flowers shall be of the same. Now, here's a bunch of false translations here. What's the falsity of it? Instead of his knop, his shaft, it should be her shaft. Because remember, the menorah in Hebrew, generally the nouns agree with the verbs. You know what I'm saying? So since the menorah is not he, or masculine, is a feminine. The menorah is feminine. So this verse here would really read more better, right? Her shaft and her branches, her bowls, her knops, and her flowers shall be of the same. So here, let's bring this under Hebrew right here. Here's the verse here, verse 31. Where asita menorat, right? Zahab tahor miksha te ase ha menorah yerekaha yerekaha, right? Yarek, right? Is the side, right? We talk about the shaft, the side, right? The side, the shaft, right? Right? Of an object, the side, the flask of an object, the base, right? That base. Yerekaha, with and kana, to fully emphasize it, more fully vocalize. Kanaha, with yerekaha, with kanaha. Gibeaha. So we have the kana, right? Here, kana, kanaha, right? Her what? Her reed, her stalk, her bone, her balance, right? Speaking about we're talking about also the kana and the kana bosom, yeah. But right here is speaking about the shaft. You see, the shaft is the kana, like kana bosom, right? The kana, right? The shaft. The branches, also known as the branches of the lampstand, because the kana is like a reed, like the hemp. You know how the hemp, yeah, it's like that, right? Branches of lampstand, right? But her branches, gibeaha, and her, what's the gibeaha? Her gibeah, right? Gibeah, right? Ha. Her cups, her bowls, right? Because the Gibeah is like a chalice, like a convex bowl, like a goblet. But then when we look at it, we look at flowers as the calyx of a flower, right? And it's interesting because there we can see some of the sacred geometry, of it all. Like even in the flower, the fingerprint of Yahweh Eloheinu on creation. The phi and the pi and all of that. By analogy, the calyx of a flower, right? Then it says kaf toreha, her kaftor. What is kaftor? Kaftor is the bulbs, the knobs. So it says his It's really her, right? Her bulb, her knob, her capital of a pillar, the chapiter, the capita, right? That which encircles, goes around. Yes, right? Here it says the wreath like button or the disc on a candelabrum or on a lampstand, right? And here it goes on, it says, ooh, and firacheha, 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 her perach, right? Perach. What is the perach? Her bud, perach, right? Piracheha, right? Firacheha, her buds, her sprouts, her calyxes, her blooms, to say like her flowers, right? And then it says, Mia mena, mi menaha, mi mini, mi mini, mi mine, really means from, like from. Like if I say mi menu, from me, or like more than me, mi menu, right? Mi menaha means from her, right? Speaking about the menorah, from her, mi menaha, yehiyu. They shall higher. They shall become. Yehiyu, right? Yehiyu. So here is the full of this verse right here, right? Asita min norata zahabat ahora miksha teya aseh ha menorah ye rekaha wekanaha gebeha kaf toreha ua feracheha mia menah yehiyu. So the more correct translation of this particular verse right here, right? Yeah, in Exodus 25:31, right? And thou shalt make a menorah, not a candlestick, but a lamp stand of pure gold, zahab tahor, right? Of beaten work, miksha, shall the menorah be made. Her shaft or her base and her branches, her bowls, right? Her knops and her flowers shall be of the same, right? Nothing about the menorah, right? The menorah, if we were to look at the menorah that's described here from a kind of a top-down view, like looking at a ground plan, a floor plan, the menorah would be shaped in the same shape as a six-pointed star. In fact, the six-pointed star is symbolic of the menorah. So it's kind of interesting when some people say, oh, the right symbol should be the menorah, right? Instead of the six-pointed star. If they only knew that that menorah was in the shape of the six-pointed star. How do we say this? Well, because we study, right? But also we can show and prove this right here. Verse 32 says, and 6 branches shall come out of the sides. Notice when you look at a six-pointed star, everybody always say when they look at a six-pointed star, oh, it's a six-pointed star. But they don't see the center. They don't see the center. See, if we look at a six-pointed star, right, those 6 triangles represent the 3 on this side, the 3 on that side, in total the 6 branches. But then we know that the menorah has 7. The center shaft, the shamesh, that's the center. That's the one in the center. So if you look at a 6-point star, so to speak, so each triangle put a branch there. Like one of the lights is in the 6, and then the center light is in the center, right? Now this is already shown and proven, but I guess people are catching up on it, But here's what the text actually says: 6 branches shall come out of the sides. So the 6 branches are coming from the center branch. In Hebrew, that center branch is called the shamesh. The shemesh or shamesh. Shemesh or shamesh in the Hebrew means sun, the sun. So the center one is the sun one, right? We say the sun is the center, right? There's a center branch, and then the center branch on one side has 3 branches, right? Like the 3 triangles of the 6-pointed star, and then on the other side it has what? Has the other 3, and then the center is the center one. That's why it says, see, check out the breakdown of the scripture. And 6 branches shall come out of the sides, right? Out of the sides. So the kana, right? The kana, right? shall come out of the sides. And notice something about the word branches also has a link with the reed, the stalk, right? The bone, the balance, right? The water plant, the reed, the calamus, cannabis, right? Derived meanings, measuring rod, measuring reed, but here in the sense of the shaft of the lampstand, which is also known as the branches of the lampstand. So 3 out of one side, right? Right? So 3 branches, right, of the menorah out of one side, right? And 3 branches of the menorah out of the other side. So the 6-pointed star actually equals the menorah, right? And because the menorah, right, was structured not. You see, we look at candlesticks today, and they have them going across, just going across. If you look at the old type of candelabras, have you seen those old type of candelabras that have the branches coming out and it has like a shape? That's how the menorah had this shape. It wasn't like a flat, but it was 3 out of one side, out of the next side in this shape with the center one in the center. So when people talk about the 6-point star, it's always funny in the sense. They look at the 6 branches, but they don't see the center. They don't see the center shaft. There's a center shaft, right? And later on, we'll find out that when the priest is instructed to keep it lit and to clean the soot and all of that, right? That it was a center one that was the main one that powered the other ones, right? And there's also more to that symbology right there. 3 bowls, right, made like to almonds, right? A knot and a flower. So now giving the detail, right, of how it would look in one branch, and a knot and 3 bowls made like almonds in the other branch with a knot and a flower. So each one of them would have this knot, right, and a flower. They would have a kaftor, like a bulb, like a bulb, a knob, a bulb, right? And they would have the calyx, the ferach, the bud, right? A knot and a bud, a calyx, right? A knot and a bloom, a calyx. And it says, in the menorah, right, 4 bowls made like to almonds with their knot and their flowers. So notice the attention to details that are given here. And a knot under 2 branches of the same, and a knot under 2 branches of the same, and a knot under 2 branches of the same for those 6. According to what? The 6 branches. Now, nobody would say, oh, the menorah was 666. Because look, it has 6 branches. That must be 666. But why they do that with the star? Because, people be programmed, you know what I mean? And not really reading and comprehending for ourselves. According to the what? 6 branches that proceed. Notice what it says, out of the candlestick or out of the menorah. That proceed out of the center branch, basically, out of the center shaft. Their knobs and their branches shall be of the same. So it's equal. It's very balanced, right? All it one. All it what? All it achad shall be one. Achad, right? One beaten work, one mikshah, hammered work, right? Decorated work of pure gold, right? And that, notice something here. You saw that. I wasn't going to zoom in on it, but let's zoom in on the miksha, right? Miksha, right, comes from the word mikshe, right? To turned work, or well dressed here, well said here, or work that is turned, right? Using here as a reference. That's interesting, ain't it? Right? Knotting, the knotting up, right? But knotting up round and hard. Something turned, that is a curl. So in the sense of here, it can be a curl of here, right? Or if a work that is like worked out, like a beaten work, like, but it comes from kasha. Kasha means to be hard, to be severe, right? But kasha is the kind of root right here, right? We'll touch on that right there. But it's up here where it says hammered work, right? Miksha, hammered work, finely decorated cultic objects of gold and silver. That's why that shows us that the word of the commandment not to make any molten work or any kind of idle work was specifically don't make anything whether it resembles a bird in the air or a fish in the sea or a man on the land, and say, oh, this is God. This is our creator. Wait, didn't you create that? Right? Didn't you create the statue? Well, my point here is this is a hammered work, and notice that the definition here says finely decorated cultic objects. So technically, the Israelite objects could be considered cultic objects, and here they are making these objects as part of the worship of Yisrael, but none of these things are God. You see what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? They was told not to make any, molten work, carved work, or whatever, right? Likeness in heaven. Because some people, they read that word and say, well, nobody can, even if you draw a picture of a bird, that's an idol. What the hell? You don't understand what the scripture is saying, because even in that making these things, the cherubim, wasn't a cherubim some kind of a creature with wings and stuff? Isn't it on top of the ark? But it's not the cherubim that are being worshipped. Check. Their knops and their branches shall be of the same, all it one beaten work of pure gold. And thou shalt make the 7 lamps. Now notice something. All this time in about 3 to 4 verses on the 666 branches. You said, once again, we'll say it. The 6-pointed star and the menorah, right? According to we say like the spirit of the word is one and the same. It's like if I draw a circle and a square, right? I draw a square, right? Draw a square and a circle. And I ask you, are they mathematically equal? If you don't know math, you're going to say no, right? If I draw a circle and a square and I ask the question, are they mathematically equal? People say, no, they're not. Look, see, one is a circle and one is a square. But did you not know that both of them are 360? Both of them, a circle and a square, is 360. The difference is the shape, right? The math is one and the same, but the shape is different, right? That's why Christ said, don't judge by appearances, but judge by righteousness, right? And thou shalt make the 7. So now in verse 37 comes the 7, right? The 7 lamps thereof, and they shall light, do what? Light the lamps thereof, that they may give light over against it. Not going into the details, but you shall do what? Light. The word in the Hebrew is cause to ascend. Thou shalt light. The word Allah, like aliyah, right? To go up, right? The sense of this is you cause the light to go up, like causing the light to rise up, right? You cause the light to ascend, right? Cause the light to ascend the lamps. So the sense of lighting the light, we say light something up. So in the Hebrew sense, it's like causing the light to go up, causing the light to ascend. Right? You'll give me a light. You'll make the light ascend. That's like, give me a light. You know what I'm saying? That they might give light over against it. The Hebrew is in the face of it. Now, not to go into this much detail, but the 3 branches on each side, the 6 of them, right? But the center one is the over against. You see the over against it? So the 6 branches, 3 on this side, 3 on that side, the pointing of it is to the center, right? The point of it is to the center. So when the priest would come in, you like after the all night burning of the lamb, would clean the soot, right? And sometimes reorientate, right? Reorientate the lamps to make sure the lamps are burning toward the center. So those 6 was burning towards the center one, because the center one is from which all the 6 come out. So the connection, it's like looking at the 6-point star. All of those 6, right? The 3 on one side, 3 on the other side, is all connected with the center, right? So that center, what they call it, the hexagon, is where the center shaft would be, looking at the pattern of the 6-point star. So the pattern of the 6-point star was the pattern, right, of the ancient menorah that's being described here, right? And then it goes into the tongs, the snuff dishes, and all of that, the details there, right? And how it's supposed to be from pure, refined gold. But the last verse of the verse we mentioned before, and look that thou make after the pattern. So a key word here, chabarim, is tabnit. What is tabnit? Tabnit is a pattern, a plan, a form. So Moshe here is told to take heed to the plan, take heed to the pattern, recognize the pattern, right? And therefore we should do the same pattern recognition, the structure, right? The pattern, right? As the temple, right? The tabernacle, rather, right? With the ark as a center, and then also with the heart being the center of man, and with man's body being that temple, that tabernacle. You see the pattern recognition, this pattern to show that pattern, right? And look that thou make after the pattern that was shewed thee in the mount, the pattern that thou was caused to see, right? Here, the pattern that you was caused to see. So Moses, when he went up there, he saw something, right? And we get that idea that he saw something. He saw a pattern up in the mount. Some say that he was able to look up into Shemaim. He was allowed to look in Shemaim, and he could see the heavenly tabernacle, the first tabernacle in the heavens. You know, that to that which when Yeshua said to Mary Magdalene, don't touch me, don't touch me, because she thought he was a gardener. Some say that it wasn't that he was a gardener, but he was dressed in the priestly robe. And since there was the resurrection of the souls brought up from Sheol, right, the high priest could not be touched before he went in, right, to do the business, right? No one could touch him. He's holy, he's set apart. So he told her, don't touch me, right? She wanted to give him a hug. He said, don't touch me, right? He said, but tell my brothers that I am ascending, right? Because after that he ascended, right? And some say he ascended with the patriarchs that believed in him from Sheol, so forth and so on. My point is that Moses, he made a likeness on earth of something that already was pre-existing, right? He saw a pattern, right, in the mount. Here. U're'ei wa aseh be tabanitam, according to their, actually the word, when it says pattern, this word here, tabnitam, in the Hebrew here is according to their pattern. Be tabnitam, right? Asher ata, that which ata, the I male, mar'eh, right, was caused to see, right, was shown in a sense, or caused to see, mar'eh, bahar, in the mount, in hahar, mar'eh, bahar. Ure'eh, see, he's command to see, seen, sight, re, ure'eh, and see, seen, ure'eh, wa aseh, be tabni tam, see, right, and make in its pattern, right, in their pattern, bitabni tam, asher, that which ata, you male, mar'eh, was shown, right, bahar, in the har, in the mountain. So just want to bring this out right here, that the menorah is actually she, right? So when you look at this verse over here, and it talks about what it talked about right here, it's up here, one more verse. Okay, verse 31. When it says, first of all, candlestick, replace that by lampstand or menorah, right? And when it says his shaft, his branches, his bowls, his knobs, his flowers shall be of the same. In the Hebrew, it's actually her shaft, because menorah is feminine, her branches, her bowls, her knobs, and her flowers. Right? And this doesn't have anything to do with this satanic kind of male versus female. No, this showing the beautiful pattern. Man was created in the image after likeness, male and female. He, even he who be who he be, he created them. So right here, let's just segue with Ross Irie right here on Holy Place. Ross Irie.
Jah give us this holy place, holy place. Youth man, hold the faith. Yes. Hey. Jah give us this holy place, holy place. Youth man, appreciate. Yes. Some youth them a bend up them face like a old crash bike, old crash bike. One deal with Rasta like they want broke a fight. Me don't know where them a come from. In a them pyjama stripe. Some youth a get faces, some youth a get bright. But make them know say we are body to life. You would have to force to fight. We both are hypocrite and not parasite. A flammy day and peach polite. That give us this holy place. Youth man hold the faith. Yes, hey, Jah give us this holy place. Youth man appreciate. Yes, oh well, we no skin to eat. You know what teach we a teach. And silent river, you know it run deep. A long time we a show them, and they never want to see it. I know them come test and then get all defeat. But teach it up, mash it up, class it up, tap it up. In a A class where we run come be chop. You can't taste the king, come make we all and pull up. But I we have to reach in Gold Cup. Jah give us this holy place. Youth man hold the faith. Yes, hey, Jah give us this holy place. Youth man appreciate by it. Oh well, we don't skin teeth. You know what teach we a teach. And silent river, you know it run deep. A long time we a show them, and they never want to see it. I know them come test and then get all defeat. Oh, teach it up, bash it up, class it up, pop it up. In a A class where we run come be chop. You can't taste the king, come make we all and pull up. Rasai we have to reach him Gold Cup. Jah give us this holy place. You man hold the faith. Yes, oh well, Jah give us this holy place. You man appreciate. Yes, oh well, hold the faith, for that be so great. Why? Oh well.
Yes. Give thanks. Rastafari, Sha'iri, yes I, Yahweh, here. But today's daily psalm. Let me show this right here. This is what, this is one kind of a good kind of a ground plan here on the tabernacle. Here we have the tabernacle right there, and here we can see the gate. See the gate right there by the brazen altar. That's the outer court. Right, then there's the laver. You can see where it says atonement on the right hand side. One, atonement, the way. Right, then we come to the tent. Right, Ohel Moed. Right, the tent of the meeting. Right, this is from like a heaven view down. Right, the door. There's the patach. Right, there's the door to enter into the tabernacle. Right, the entrance. Right, secondarily, and then we enter into the holy place. Right, the first of the two, we say, rooms in the tent of meeting, right? The tent of the appointment. We have the golden lampstand. You see, it's correct there. And the table of shew bread, holiness, right? Set apartness. Yes, and still now in there, we come to 4, right? The 4th step, prayer, right? And prayer connected with the golden altar of Ancients, right? The golden altar of Ancients. So notice the way, right? The outer court, right? We come to the brazen altar. And this is why it says about the brazen feet of Moshiach, right? According to the tabernacle type, come to the brazen feet, where all of our sins can get defeat, You know what I mean? The outer court, the laver, the wash basin, that connection, that baptism, right? Bathing and cleaning and being washed with water as with the word, right? The entrance, right? The entrance right there, the golden lampstand, light. Let there be light, his word, the light, the bread, breaking that bread, the shoe bread, holiness in the holy place, right? Holiness, set apartness. That leads to what? Prayer, right? The prayer, the connection of the Aishans and the altar of Aishans and prayer, right? In the truth. And then coming to the life, right? The Holy of Holies, right? The Ark of the Covenant, the throne, right? Go boldly. It says boldly before the throne, right? And beyond the paroquet. Remember, it says that by a new and living way that he has consecrated for us by a new and living way. That he's consecrated through the veil. The veil was what the paroquet, right? The paroquet, was the veil. There was a veil. Remember when it says the crucifixion, the veil was ripped from heaven to earth, right, from top to bottom, right, so to speak. So that's the access. There we get the access in the Brit Hadasha, right, to enter in, right, like to the throne room, right, before the throne, to go boldly before the throne of mercy, right. So then we have that fellowship. That's what leads to the chavruta, the fellowship, right, and this leads to the eternal life. So this is why we say this is like a very good, like when we start to study the tabernacle pattern, right? The tabernacle pattern right there. This has always been one of my favorites in its simplicity, but yet its accuracy according to the word, right? Right here, just to show this right here, right? More on the holy place, in Yah's grace. So right here, let's touch just briefly on today's daily psalm, if we will, right? Just briefly here, the problem of evil, right? With the key words right here, right? Of David, fret not thyself because of evildoers, neither be envious against the workers of iniquity. Today's daily psalm, Mizmor Lamed Zayin. Here. Today's daily psalm, Mizmor Lamed Zayin. Now, today's daily psalm is a full psalm, right? Won't have time right here to go through, all 40 verses, although we are desirous to, and some might be desirous as well. But there's a couple of key verses we can at least light on, right? Shed some light on in today's daily psalm. Today's daily psalm, Psalm 37, right, is concerned with the problem of evil, right? Psalm 37, Mizmor Lamed Zayin, right? The problem of evil. Evil, well, what's the problem? Well, this psalm should be read in connection, Psalm 37, with Psalm 73 and the book of Job. So with Psalm 37, Chabarim, fellow Talmudim, for the item study and I study, Psalm 37 should be read and you say even studied in connection with Psalm 73. Interesting, 37, 73. Just notice that right there. Psalm 73 and the book of Eob, the book of Job, the book of Job. It is concerned, Psalm 37. What is the concern? What's the concern here? The concern is with the perplexing thoughts, really hard to understand, right? That's aroused, right? The thoughts that are aroused, that are stirred up by the ascendancy, right? Seeing the wicked like rising up, winning, triumphing, the ascendancy of Harasha, of the defiant, the wicked, the criminal, the guilty, and what seems to be the triumph of evil, of Ra'ah, all that Ra'ah, right? Ra'ah, that which is not beneficial, the hurt, the bad, the sad, the unkind. The poet here, Lid Dawid, here we have a psalm of David. The poet does not go very deep into the question, right? And neither should we really, right? Following the way of Dawid here, man after Yahweh's own heart. He doesn't go deep into the question, why? No. He is satisfied to counsel trust, right? In the truth of the way, the truth and life. In his own time, the conclusion, right? In his own time, the moral, in his own time, Yahweh Eloheinu, Ha Elohim, Him punishes Harasha, punishes the wicked, the criminal, the guilty, and rewards the just, the innocent, the righteous. In structure, the composition here, Mizmor Lamed Zain, right? Psalm 37. In structure, the composition is based on an alphabetical acrostic, with the omission of one Hebrew letter. Which Hebrew letter is omitted? It's the ayin, the ayin, right? The ayin, the hard A. Each letter, right, in today's daily psalm, there's about 40 verses, right, introduces two, right? Two verses. So the first two verses we have Aleph. The next two verses we have Beit, right? The next two verses, right? We have Gimel. The next two verses we have Dalet. We keep going, but when we get to the Ayin is missing, right? And Ayin is interesting because Ayin means I, right? And Ayin, right, is letter of the Hebrew alphabet that's not contained in the alphabetical. Let's see if we can bring this up right here, and let's get those stills up here for this psalm right here. Let's bring this out right here. Right, here we go. It's right over here. Here we go. Look at this right here. So I don't know if you can see this very well. Let's go a little bit larger. Right. So, for example, right here, right, it's the Aleph, the first verse. Fret not, do not fret because of those who are evil, or be envious of those who do wrong. For like the grass, they will soon wither. Like green plants, they will soon die away. So, looking at the Hebrew, right, it says Aleph, right? Al titahara ba miraim. Do not fret not thyself. Al titahar, don't fret yourself. Ba miraim, because of the miraim, miraim, because of the evildoers. Next verse, right? It says al again, first verse, aleph, right? Al, don't, right? Tikane, don't be envious, zealous, or jealous. Ala tikane, be osei awla, be osei avla, be osei awla. And do not be envious, zealous, or jealous, right? Against the workers, osei, be osei, against the doers, the workers of awla, of avla, right? That's the first verse, and then it goes to the second verse. For they shall soon wither like the grass and fade as the green herb. Right? Let's go over here. Right? Okay. So this is an interesting kind of a way of bringing out the Hebrew of it. Right? Anger may come, but don't let it rule your heart. Some interpret this as don't envy those who do wrong. But the point we want to bring out is it doesn't say don't fret, but don't fret because of evildoers. It's something that we might have to fret, for the best, you know what I mean? But definitely don't fret because of evildoers, right? And when it says don't be envious, right, against those that work unrighteousness, right? Don't be zealous. Don't let the unrighteous make you zealous to be unrighteous like them. You see what I'm saying? But there are those who do righteous. You be zealous with those who do righteous, to do righteous as the zealous. Check what I'm saying right here, right? Here in the next verse, right? The next verse 3 and 4, right? In the Hebrew, it says betach, bait, the beat, right? Betach, right? Here it says betach by Yahweh. Wa is say tob, va is a tob. It says trust in he who he be, in Yahweh. Wa and asay is say tob, and do good, right? And do good. Take delight in Yahweh, and he will give you the desires of your heart. So here they brought this out here in this way, right? Trying to do the same kind of thing in the English. Anger, right? Right? And then as, the A there, and then the B to bring out the sense of the Hebrew. Believe, be blameless, be blessed by the bounty of God's hand. Believe, the bait, right? Filled with joy, right? Your heart's desires are satisfied by God's hand. Just one more example right here. When we get to verse 5, every two verses, remember every two verses. In verse 5, it says, Gol al Yahuwah darkeka. Here it says, commit thy way to he who be who he be. Gol. Actually, the word gol in Hebrew, it means to roll upon. Literally, it means the word for commit means to roll on, right? Roll on, right? Or gol al upon Yahweh, roll upon he who he be, darkeka, your way, right? Roll your way upon he who be. Relieve yourself of the burdens of anxiety by placing it upon him, right? The same sense in Psalm 22, verse 8, right? Right, and then they have this over here, right? So the G, right, in Hebrew, Abba, Ga, Aleph, Beit, Gimel, is like the ABCs. So in English they said the ABCs, and we say the Hebrew is the ABGs. Abba, Ga, right? That corresponds to the C. So here they have commit, right, instead of gimmet, right? Your way to Yahweh, confide in Elohim, your soul support, and your faithfulness will shine like the dawn and justice like the noonday. Then just to prove this here, just with one more proof, we have the Dalet, right, in verse 7. So moving it forward to verse 7, it says, Dom la Yahuwah, where hita holel lau, right? Resign thyself to he who be, and wait patiently for him. The sense of dome. Dome literally in a sense mean to be silent. Dome, right? Be doom, silent. Dome la Yahuwah. Be silent of he who be. Be silent, right? Before he who be. Be silent for he who be, right? Where hita holel, right? Where hita holel lawu, right? So be silent. This is explained by fret not thyself. Remain calm. So have the trust, but have the trust with calm. Do not fret when people succeed in their ways, when they carry out wicked, ratchet schemes. I think that happens to a lot of us. We see the wicked doing stuff, and you know how people that could block them if they were righteous don't block them, and that frets us. Like, oh man, they're doing all these things, and people allow them to do it, and we get very fretted by it, don't we? Deep is the peace of those who rest in Yahweh, right? Do not be distressed by those with evil designs. So here, it kind of brings out in these verses that sense. So when we're looking at every two verses, we have the Aleph, Beit, Gimel, Dalet, Hey, the Wow. Oh, I love the fact they didn't say Vav. They didn't say Vav. They say Wow, right? Wow, right? And the Zayin, the seventh letter of the Hebrew alphabet, Zayin, not Zion. Zion is Sion, a different letter, Sion. Here is Zayin, right? Seventh letter right there. So here, to get a little full, right? Yeah, there we go. Bitachon is confidence. Bitachon, always faithful, always sure. Bitachon. Here.
Psalm 37. Fret not thyself because of evildoers, neither be thou envious against the workers of iniquity. For they shall soon be cut down like the grass, and wither as the green herb. Trust in the Lord, and do good. So shalt thou dwell in the land, and verily thou shalt be fed. Delight thyself also in the Lord, and he shall give thee the desires of thine heart. Commit thy way unto the Lord, trust also in him, and he shall bring it to pass. And he shall bring forth thy righteousness as the light, and thy judgment as the noonday. Rest in the Lord, and wait patiently for him. Fret not thyself because of him who prospereth in his way, because of the man who bringeth wicked devices to pass. Cease from anger, and forsake wrath. Fret not thyself in any wise to do evil. For evildoers shall be cut off, but those that wait upon the Lord, they shall inherit the earth. For yet a little while, and the wicked shall not be. Yea, thou shalt diligently consider his place, and it shall not be. But the meek shall inherit the earth, and shall delight themselves in the abundance of peace. The wicked plotteth against the just, and gnasheth upon him with his teeth. The Lord shall laugh at him, for he seeth that his day is coming. The wicked have drawn out the sword, and have bent their bow to cast down the poor and needy, and to slay such as be of upright conversation. Their sword shall enter into their own heart, and their bows shall be broken. A little that a righteous man hath is better than the riches of many wicked. For the arms of the wicked shall be broken, but the Lord upholdeth the righteous. The Lord knoweth the days of the upright, and their inheritance shall be forever. They shall not be ashamed in the evil time, and in the days of famine they shall be satisfied. But the wicked shall perish, and the enemies of the Lord shall be as the fat of lambs. They shall consume, and to smoke shall they consume away. The wicked borroweth and payeth not again, but the righteous showeth mercy and giveth. For such as be blessed of him shall inherit the earth, and they that be cursed of him shall be cut off. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delighteth in his way. Though he fall, he shall not be utterly cast down, for the Lord upholdeth him with his hand. I have been young, and now am old, yet have I not seen the righteous forsaken, nor his seed begging bread. He is ever merciful and lendeth, and his seed is blessed. Depart from evil, and do good, and dwell forevermore. For the Lord loveth judgment, and forsaketh not his saints. They are preserved forever, but the seed of the wicked shall be cut off. The righteous shall inherit the land, and dwell therein forever. The mouth of the righteous speaketh wisdom, and his tongue talketh of judgment. The law of his God is in his heart, none of his steps shall slide. The wicked watcheth the righteous, and seeketh to slay him. The Lord will not leave him in his hand, nor condemn him when he is judged. Wait on the Lord, and keep his way, and he shall exalt thee to inherit the land. When the wicked are cut off, thou shalt see it. I have seen the wicked in great power, and spreading himself like a green bay tree. Yet he passed away, and lo, he was not. Yea, I sought him, but he could not be found. Mark the perfect man, and behold the upright. For the end of that man is peace. But the transgressors shall be destroyed together. The end of the wicked shall be cut off. But the salvation of the righteous is of the Lord. He is their strength in the time of trouble. And the Lord shall help them and deliver them. He shall deliver them from the wicked and save them, because they trust in him. Because they trust, 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 because they
worry not yourself, fret not yourself, worry not yourself, my brothers. Fret not yourself, worry not yourself, my brothers. Fret not yourself. Remember there's a God above you. In this season watch everything you do. Once a man and twice a child. Every little thing is for a while. The seed you sow, you shall surely reap. Old time people used to say, silent river and deep. Ooh, well. So worry not yourself, my brother. Fret not yourself. Worry not yourself, my brother. fret not yourself. Some will eat and drink with you, and behind your back, it's also by you. Yes, you I'm talking to. Yes, it's you that I'm talking to. Worry not yourself, my brother. Fret not yourself. Worry not yourself, my brother. Fret not yourself. Once a man and twice a child, everything is for a while. Once a man and twice a child, every little thing is for a while. Whoa, yeah. The seed you sow, you should surely reap. Old time people used to say, silent river run deep. Fret not yourself, my brothers. Worry not yourself. Fret not yourself, my sister. Worry not yourself. The things you do, Jah is watching you. Every little thing you say, Jah is hearing you. Worry not yourself, my brother. Worry not yourself, my sister. Worry not, worry not, worry not, worry not, worry not yourself.
Babylon burning, Babylon burning. Babylon burns, they have no water. Fire, 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 fire.
Yahuch ata Adonai.
Jump! Rastafari.
Adonai.
Jump!
Hebrew boy, everything takes time. Hebrew boy, everything takes time. Hebrew boy, everything takes time.
Yes. Pray to I. I was talking, but the mic was on mute. But here, today's daily psalm is more Lamed Zain, the problem of Eve, of Psalm 37, Psalm XXX, VII. Not to be here a long time, like to go through the verse by verse. What we're going to do is do something a little bit different, but just highlight some of the key word of power, right? And its relation to the psalm, and just some quick points of reference to elsewhere in scripture, so the fellow disciples, can go through it and we can build, on this or that, in due time. But here, we have on the screen Proverbs 23:17, where Shlomo, the son of Dawid, Hamelech, he says here, make not thine heart envy sinners. However, right, in the fear, in the reverence of Yahweh all the day long. Don't let your hearts envy sinners, right? Envy uckers, but be in the fear, right? The fear, the reverence of Yahweh. And even be zealous like those who have a reverence. So have that zeal. The word envy here is the kana. It looks like the kana in this kana, and there's kana. It's very close, very close. One basically ends with an H, the other one ends with an Aleph. Here we have the Kana as El Kana. He says, I am a zealous, right, Almighty, the Almighty of zeal, El Kana. That's mistranslated as jealous God, right? But a zealous El, right? The sense is to envy, yes, to be jealous, yes, to be envious, or to be zealous. Zealous. So same word for jealous, Hebraically, the same word to be zealous. What's the difference? Well, in a positive sense, to be zealous, have a zeal, often inclines to a positive sense, or to make zealous, right? When it says he is El Kana, he is a zealous, right? El, the Almighty of zeal, the El Kana. KJV translators once again say falsely translate jealous. No, in a bad sense, jealous or envious. He's an envious God. He's envying other. See, that's where the confusion comes in, because one's lacking the spirit, right? Not the letter. It's the same word, kana, but the spirit, the context is zeal, right? So do not envy in the negative sense sinners, uckers, but have a zeal for the good. This is what it's saying. That's why the first verse, fret not thyself because of evil doers, right? It didn't say this, it didn't say fret not. It didn't say don't be envious or don't have a zeal, right? But the context matters. It's like in the other psalm where it says, judge me not in thy hot displeasure. Reprove me not in thy hot displeasure. Reprove me, yes, but not in hot displeasure. Reprove me for mercy. Context. So right here, we touch on like this opening verse right here, right? Let's just touch on a few of these verses here. Fret not thyself, right? Because the evildoers, the evildoers, those in the ra, right? Those who do that which is displeasing, sad, injurious, wicked. Because if you start to envy them, you start to have a zeal for what they have, right? And become spoiled, broken, and rotten, and good for nothing, just like them. And what it says, neither be thou envious against the workers of iniquity, right? Of their temporary success. Now this verse here is repeated, right? This very verse here is repeated in Proverbs 24:9. Take note, this opening verse right here, right? Allah titahara ba miraim, Allah tikane be ose avla. Neither be thou envious, right? Don't have a zeal, right? Against, but even according to the workers of iniquity, right? So this verse here repeated in Proverbs. Let's touch on a couple of these verse by verse, right? For they shall soon be cut down like grass and wither as the green herb. Key word right here is wither, nabel. Remember Nabel? It says the fool have said in his heart, right? Nabal, right? Belibo, Ain Elohim. There's no Elohim, right? Psalm 14, Psalm 53. Yeah. So here we have Nabel. Nabel as a verb, right? To be senseless, foolish, right? Notice the word to be senseless, foolish, right? One of the two truths, right? Secondarily, to sink, to drop down, to languish, right? To fade away, right? Fades away, right? For they shall soon be cut down like the grass and wither as the green herb. So grass here, chatzir, like grass, like grass, like that grass, like, yeah, chatzir, and then the green herb, right? The yerek, the green, yerek, like greenery, like green, and the greens, right? And deshe, right? Deshe is like vegetation, but that herbage, the green, right? The sprouts of the green, right there. So wither, right? Better sense, right here, some say, in the sense of be cut down, right? Fade. A better translation of this is, for they shall soon wither like the grass and fade as green herb. So we have the word cut down. Namal. They'll be circumcised. They'll be clipped. So now we understand what Paul was saying when he says, well, those who are trying to push this circumcision thing on the Gentiles to get them as new converts and everything like that. He said, I hope they all be cut off. namal, like circumcised, clip themselves, cut themselves off, be clipped off, let them cut themselves down because they were in the context the evildoers, right? They was going against the gospel, the good news. And Paul rightly there was correcting them. Grass offers a natural kind of a word picture simile for what has but a brief existence. We have other Psalms, Psalm 90, round about verse 4, verse 5. Psalm 103, round about verse 14, verse 15. Isaiah, Yeshaya, Isaiah chapter 40, verse 6, all uses the same metaphor concerning the grass, right? Touching on some highlight verses right here because it's a very important psalm. So we just give some of the keys without going deeply into some of the Hebraics, the more elaborate study right here. But here, verse 3 right here, right? Betach, by Yahuwah, wa asay to. Trust in Yahuwah and do good. Betach, by Yahuwah, wa asay to. Shikan eretza, re'ei, emunah. Beautiful verse here, right? Here it says, so shalt thou dwell. The sense here, Shekan. Remember this Torah reading and feeding Teruma? He says, create for me a mikdash, a holy place, right? The Mishkan, right? Where I can shakanti, right? Where I can settle down, where I can dwell, where I can lodge, abide, shakan, right? So here it says trust, right? Betach, from batach to trust, to have confidence, boldness, the sense of security, surety, bitachon, right? Trust, confident, always faithful, always sure. Have that confidence, that trust, that surety in he who he be. Wa asay, right? Wa asay, and do is say to, and do that which is beneficial, that which is to. Do that which is good, that which is pleasant, agreeable. Do that which is excellent, right? Appropriate, becoming, right? Dwell in the land. Shekan, Eretz, Shekan, a command, speaking to a man, Shekan, Eretz, saying to a man, right? Dwell, lodge, abide in the land, in the Eretz. And verily, it says, thou shalt be fed, right? Or bringing this out, cherish faithfulness. This is an interesting note right here. Look at the 3 right here, right? It says verily. You see what the word verily is? KJV translates verily, 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 verily. But the Hebrew is in truth or stableness. Now, you see the translation there? From a Hebrew perspective, a better translation of this is dwell in the land and cherish, right? Faithfulness, or right here, emunah. What is emunah? Hear the verse. Shekan eretza re'ei. Emunah re'ei, to shepherd, right? To shepherd, firmness, fidelity, right? Faithfulness. This word here, emunah, in the New Testament sense of the Hebrew, emunah is faith. Emunati, my faith, my faithfulness, my trustfulness, my truthfulness. Emunah, this is the word for faith, right? Firmness, security. The sense of morally is fidelity, firmness. And it's from the word emun, faithfulness, trustingness, faithful, trusting, right? So it's interesting to say verily. A better translation is like cherish faithfulness or feed on, right? Feed on, to graze on, to pasture on, right? Faithfulness, on the faith, right? On that which is sure and trustworthy, right? Morally speaking. So show this right here. In truth, right? In truth, thou shalt be fed, right? To say almost like to be shepherd, right? To be. So what do we have here? Trust in Yahuwah, betach, right, by Yahuwah. What do we have right here? That he will right matters, giving evildoers their due, and do good is say tov, Be not diverted from the path of righteousness, from the way, the truth, and the life, because of the temporary advantages that evil offers or seems, Chavarim, seems to offer. Dwell in the land, Shekan, Eretz, dwell in the Eretz, the land. Do not seek to escape the downpression of the ratchet, right? In flight from the country, right? Now remember, this is a Davidic song, and it's not saying like don't come out of Babylon, right? But understand what Babylon really means. Here it's saying dwell in the land for the Israelites, right? The Judahites, the faithful, dwell in the land he's given. So wicked, not all who are of Israel are Israel. Right? It says, among my people are wicked men, they lay traps for others. But instead of running from it, here, the sense here is dwell in the land. Right? Stand your ground, fortified by trust, bitachon, trust, always faithful, always sure in Elohim. Cherish, the word cherish or feed on, right? Feed on faithfulness. When it says, and feed on faithfulness, right? So shall you dwell in the land. Better translation, not verily thou shalt be fed, but feed on faithfulness. Shekana retza ura emuna. Feed on the faith, right? May your sustenance be trust in his faithfulness, in his truth, in his trustworthiness, right? That he will judge and deal with the ratchet and vindicate the righteous. Delight thyself also in Yahweh, and he shall give thee the desires of thy heart. The Mishala. What's Mishala? Mishala. Mishala is a request, a petition. It's from Sha'al. Sha'el in Hebrew means to ask. Ask and it shall be given. He shall give the Mishala. 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 Right? Shall give the request. Right? The request of thine heart. Delight thyself in Yahweh. Delight thyself, right? So shall you delight yourself. Delight yourself. Wehita hit anag, delighting yourself. Reliance upon Yahweh Eloheinu, right, will justify itself in both the spiritual, the psycho-spiritual, psychological and spiritual, as well as in the material, satisfaction, both in the heavens and on the earthly plane right here. Just going through some of the key points about these words of power here in Psalm 37 that addresses the problem of evil, right? Commit thy way to Yahweh, trust also in him, and he will bring to pass. Check the note. Roll thy way up on. So happy I know this there, right? It takes less to explain this here. The Hebrew is gol al Yahweh darkeka, gol al Yahweh darkeka, thy way, gol. What is gol? Right? Gol is from galal. Gol is a command speaking to an individual male, right? To roll, right? Roll what? Right? Roll what on he who be who he be. Roll, right? Darkeka, your derek. Roll thy way, the derek, the way, the well-trodden road on he who be who he be. Trust also in him, and he will bring to pass. Trust. That same word, batach, to trust. Right? Right? To have trust. What just happened right there? Trust, confidence, right? To have surety, always faithful, always sure, right? So to commit to roll upon, commit to, right, is to roll upon he who be who he be. Roll your way on he who be who he be. It's a kind of ancient way of expressing like faith, the sense of galal, to roll it, right? Galalililili. Relieve yourself of the burden of anxiety by placing it, almost like rolling it upon him. We have a similar sense in Psalm 22, verse 8, verse 9. Here. Just get through some of these versicles right here, a few of them at least. And he shall bring, right, forth thy righteousness as the light, and thy judgment, the previous Torah portion, mishpatim, right, thy judgment, the verdict, your verdict, as the sohar, the noonday, the midday is the sohar. So what do we have in the sohar? As a noonday. Thy what? Thy right choiceness. Thy righteousness. Thy righteousness as what? Right? As the noonday. Notice it says thy righteousness. Right? Subjective righteousness. Tzidak ekah. Tzidak ekah. Tzidak ekah. Your tzedek. Your tzedek. As often in the Psalms, in the book of Psalms, the word righteousness, let's get that first right here. The word righteousness is tzedek, right? Often means in the psalm the sense that we would say vindication, right? Vindication, or even in another sense of the word justification. Those are all kind of other words that bring out tzedek, right? So as often in the psalms, the righteousness, thy righteousness is thy vindication, right? You being vindicated, you being justified, right? It is now, right, hidden behind a cloud. So in the context of the psalm dealing with the problem of evil, it seems to be hidden behind a cloud that when it's rolled away, right, will shine brightly. We have an important connection of this verse with the book of Job. How many of you love the book of Job? Job chapter 11. Check out Job chapter 11 as a word of power with Psalm 37 verse 6. Job chapter 11 verse 15 to 19, right? And thy judgment as what? Noonday. So we have righteousness as light, illumination, right? And here, as thy right, and thy right, right, as noonday, right? Thy judgment, right? Thy judgment, so hard. What about the noonday? When the rays of the sun are most brilliant and the light is clearest, that sense of the noonday, right? Here to verse 7, rest. Look at that. Rest in Yahweh and wait patiently for him. Fret not thyself because of him who prospereth in his way, not in Yah's way, but in his way, right? Because of the man, right? Did it say because of the demon, the spirit, the spook? No, it says because of the man, right? Like when Yeshua said, ones have to know that their spirit, because of the man who does what? Who bringeth wicked, ratchet devices to pass. But notice right here in the Hebrew, right? In the Hebrew, dom la Yahuwah wehita cholel lawu, right? The sense is be silent to. Dom la Yahuwah. So where's the word? Dom is from damam. Damam means he was silent, he was still, right? He waited, he was dumb, right? He grew dumb, and to say like he grew like less and less speechful, right? He became speechless, right? Dumb, right? Don't say nothing. Silence, quiet. That's the sense of the word rest, right? The word damam as the command in Hebrew is dom. So I speak to a man, I say dom la Yahuwah, right? Like be still, right? Be silent in he who be. Wehita cholel la lawu, right? And wait patiently, right? And wait patiently for him. Chul, twist and turn, right? Wait patiently, right? For him, right? Fret not thyself because of him who prospereth in his way. So you see how it's bringing out the key first verse about fretting, giving a context. Fret not thyself because of him who prospers in his way. Right? But if a man is doing good, right, and he's being blessed, and you're not doing good, maybe you need to fret yourself about that. Right? You know what I'm saying? Because that's a good to do. So the context is don't fret, right, because of evildoers, and don't envy or be zealous or jealous, right, against the workers of unrighteousness. Fret not thyself because of him who prospers. Look what it says, in his way, right? You're saying Yahweh, but in his way, because of the who? the man, right? Because of the ish, even a man of standing and status, a ish, right? Who bringeth wicked devices, ratchet devices to pass, right? And this is a key word right here. Just want to bring this word out. Mazima. Zima. Who got the keys to the bima? No. Mazima. Mazima in Hebrew is purpose, direction, device. Now, this word can be used positively, but contextually here it is used negatively. negatively, right? A plan, usually evil machination, a wicked device is causing wicked devices. You see, sometimes it's good. Sometimes this word in Proverbs, wisdom teaching, Mother Wisdom teaching the true wisdom, she teaches sagacity, right? Like when the Messiah, Yeshua, when he says, be wise as serpent, harmless as dove. That's a real wisdom level right there. Because some people are like, well, serpent, wasn't the serpent the one in the garden? You see, you're not really, you need wisdom, right? You need to put it into context, right? Right there, right? Sometimes translates discretion, right? When talk about it in Proverbs, giving you discretion. That means you can understand these plans, these devices, and thereby avoid them, right? Who bringeth what? Mazima, right? He bringeth Mazima to pass, right? Bringing wicked devices, right, into effect. But really, to pass is Asa. Asa, he does Mazima, he does wickedness, right? So resign, right? Resigning ourselves, being silent, the dome, right? That is explained by fret not thyself. So in the first part where it says rest, it's not rest. It's actually damam or dome rest. That means be silent, be still by not speaking, right? Don't and thereby not fretting yourself. So it's connecting that if we don't follow this advice and we start fretting ourselves, like speaking Yahweh about these wicked and ratchet ones, then we're gonna lose patience, right? And then we're gonna fret ourselves because we see the ratchet man prospering in his way, and we go astray from Yahweh because of the man who bringeth Mazima, right? He does Mazima, he does wicked plans, and then we want to be just like him, right? Isn't that what's happening, right? Remain calm in thy trust and his truth. Cease, look what it says, cease from anger. So this shows that the problem of evil is that evil can make you downright mad. I'm talking about mad. All right. Oh man, look what they're doing. Oh man, can't believe this guy's the president. Cease from anger and forsake wrathedness. All right. Fret not thyself in any wise to do evil. Notice the context of this is always concerning something bad. Don't fret yourself in any wise, right? In any wise, right? What's the word wise? Ak. Ak is actually an emphatic in Hebrew. Ak doesn't mean wise. It'll be more like, for sure, don't fret yourself, right? The Hebrew sense of it is like, for sure, don't fret yourself, to do evil, right? This is the sense here. In the Hebrew is what it says, herefa me afa wa azor. It, y'all. Leave it, y'all. Azab it, abandon it, y'all. Azab. Apostate from that. Fall away from wrath, right? From chema. All that ham, getting hot. Going ham. Well, I'm going to go ham. I'm going to go ham on the wicked guy. I'm going to go ham on him. Well, that's ham is wrath. You're going to overheat yourself. But here, it teaches us to cease, right? Cease. Cease and desist. Heref. Right? Rafa it, y'all. Haref. Relax. Sink. Relax. Drop it. Relax. Relax yourself. Don't do it. Right? Slacken from that. Slacken from what? Slacken from anger. Right? From af. Right? From the nostril. Right? The nose, the face. Well, the sense of this word anger is like the rapid breathing. Like you get angry at the wicked, your breathing is off, you're giving yourself health problems, cease from anger and forsake wrath. Fret not thyself in any wise. So the Hebrew here is ala titahara ak leharea leharea aka leharea, right? So the Hebrew is more fret not thyself, for sure, ak, indeed, right? It tendeth only to evil doing, right? So the ak here, it's a funny way they translated it, but ak is like indeed, ak, indeed, for sure, ak, right? Ak. So here the sense of the Hebrew is ala titachar, don't fret yourself, ak, for sure, leharea. It only leads to rara. It only leads to rara. It only leads to bad, to evil, to sad, to injury, right? To hurt. It's only going to lead to hurt, right? Cease from it. Do not be incensed by the injustice suffered, right? Because it may lead to a denial of Yahweh, of Eloheinu, of Ha Elohim's rule in the world, and retaliation with a wrongful act. That's what happens. People say, well, if God is God, then why don't he do that? I can't believe. What about the little baby that got abused or killed? Or what about the woman that got molested? Or what about the man that got molested? Well, why are you getting upset with Yahweh Eloheinu about it? Or you know what I mean? Because many of these things are also in our hand, right, to judge. They say don't take the law in your own hand, but Yahweh is going to write it in our heart, right? And he says, bind them upon our hand, right? He says, bind them upon our hand as a frontlet between our eye, right? Our conscious mind, right? Be conscious of this. For evildoers shall be cut off, but those that wait, right, upon Yahweh, they shall inherit the land. Now, something about this word wait, kawa. Here we have kava, kawa. Kawa or kava, right? Koiche, kawa actually means it's to wait, but it's like to look for. It has more of the sense of expectation. You see what it says in the PL sense? To wait or look eagerly for, right? Look eagerly for, right? So let's look at this right here, where it says, right? But those that look eagerly for and upon Yahweh, they shall inherit the earth. So it's not like waiting, you sit down, you're doing nothing, but you're expecting it eagerly, right? You're expecting this. It's coming, you're looking for it. Upon him, upon he who he be. For evildoers shall be what? They shall be karat. This is a literal sense of being cut off. Karat. They should be cut off. However, those that look eagerly for and expect upon he who be, they shall inherit the land, right? They shall inherit the land. So again, this is an important verse here about inheriting the land, right? The earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. Now, what's interesting about this particular verse, so happy we got up to this verse at least, because this verse here, right, will actually come up in verse, I think, 11, right? Stay tuned for it, right? But this verse right here, it repeats itself, the sense, the idea of they inherit the land. In verses 11, verses 22, verse 29, and verse 34 of this psalm, we have this familiar refrain about they shall inherit the land. When we get to verse 11, it says, but the meek shall inherit the earth. What does Robenu, Yeshua HaNotri, Justice of Nazareth, say? Right? The King of Kings Christ. So he said, blessed, Ashrei, the happiness, that contentment, right, of the meek, right, of being humble, the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. So it seems like this quote right here, right, or verse 11 coming forward is directly linked to what Moshiach said. The wicked scheme to increase their possessions, but will lose everything when they are destroyed. That's what Yeshua was telling to the Pharisees and the scribes. He's saying you're robbing the widows and people, you're abusing, making the law of the Father of no effect. And you're robbing people through your manipulation. You know what I'm saying? But then he was trying to tell them that judgment was coming. You know what I mean? And that actually came in 70 AD. Right? That's what he said, that generation would not pass. People want to apply it today, but actually they don't understand the history then. That Yeshua prophesied that generation, just as this verse here is bringing out, the wicked scheme to increase their possessions, but will lose everything. Did not the Judahites lose everything when they were destroyed, right? The 70 AD, right? Titus, Vespasian, the father and son, Roman conquering team, right? That was Yeshua's word of prophecy, right? When you shall see the Gentiles, the nations surrounding Jerusalem. See, people looking at today, but they don't understand yesterday. And by ignoring yesterday, your today view is false. You know what I'm saying? So the principle here is that the wicked were scheming to increase their possessions, but they will lose everything when they are destroyed. It says the wealth of the wicked, right, is stored up for the righteous acquiring all that they left behind. Talk about left behind. Right? So that's so you have to eagerly expect Yahweh to fulfill his word, right? So all the riches that they stored up, right? The wealth and the riches of the wealth of the wicked is stored up for who? They're stored up for the righteous, right? That should give one good confidence to be still and know. But for yet a little while, a little while. So it's telling us right here that a little while, right? And that nation whom they shall serve, right, will I judge. And afterward they will come out after waiting a little while, right? And the wicked not. The wicked won't be, right? Yea, thou shalt diligently consider his place. Wasn't the wicked used to run this stuff over here? Where he at? Right? And it not, and it is not, right? It reminded me of what happened with the Twin Towers, man. I remember we went up like a couple of like the next day or so. I had to do business in the city, went through to do business, and when we drove downtown, right, this is when they started to put up the scaffolding and other things around the site, and there was a bunch of people, right, Lower Varick Street. People know New York, they know what I'm talking about, and we I walked. I remember it was in a van, right, with one to one. I said, let's stop over here. I saw a bunch of people there. I remember I walked up to like they had the fence over the big hole in the ground, and people was there talking and everything. I remember I looked. It was the most wildest thing. I remember a couple of months before I went for like a job interview at the World Trade Center, doing digital graphics, all that kind of stuff, digital engineer, blase, blase. And I remember when I got on this elevator, the elevator in the Twin Towers, it was going up there. And as it was going up there, it was like I was going up in the elevator and the walls of the elevator was made out of paper. It was like shaking. I remember it was kind of weird, but I wanted to get that job. I remember I'm just testifying here. It's a little testimony. I remember when if I found out that I didn't get the job, I remember I was upset. I was like, oh man, I got my ID. I went to Twin Towers. They made like a day ID for you, like a real ID, and that they printed it out. They had all that technology even then. And I didn't get the job, you know what I mean? I was like, oh man, and I was like, I was turned up after the Twin Towers thing had happened. And I remember I went in my wallet, I still had the ID in there. I looked at it and said, wow. That's why I did that tune. Like, I could have been right there with you when the towers came down. But I remember going to the fence afterward, right, where people were standing. And I remember, when you're at a place and you saw a building, you saw some building there, something was there. And then you go and like, wow, where's that thing? It just looks so strange. The thing should be right here. And it was this big pit, a big pit, mine, where the building came down and went into you know, the ground or the water, actually. You could, all that was like landfill. Or people don't know Lower Manhattan wasn't really there. It wasn't really there. Lower Manhattan is not really there. It's all landfill. They filled all that land in. It's like artificial. So when the building went down, it went through the artificial landfill. So there was this big pit, right? This big chasm. Think about like, I was feeling like I was in the bosom of Abraham, like Lazarus, on the other side. But I remember this was trippy in a sense, right? There was spirits that you can perceive there. It was weird. And I remember it was almost like there were souls that, I don't know, like something was up. And I was saying, man, I had to leave there. I said, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was thinking I could have been there with you. That's what that whole idea about I could have been right there with you when the towers came crumbling down, when the towers fell down, because it was based on going there and seeing, right, this is where they were. And I was diligently considering, like, wasn't the building right here? Yeah, because the building, and then that was the next building was still there. And other buildings were there further down, but that building wasn't there. I considered their place, right? The word being, right? To discern, to consider, right? To understand the difference, to perceive, to know this with the mind, right? So that's just an example of how, that happened really quick, fast. And, some of us could have been right there, but hallelujah, to the King of Kings, Christ, Yeshua HaMashiach, we wasn't there, right? Right. And he is not, right? No trace of him remains, right? Here, but the meek. This is the verse that connects with the Beatitudes in Matthew chapter 5. Wow. Matthew 5:5, Mr. 5 by 5, right? Matthew 5:5. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. That's what Yeshua said, right? As he said elsewhere, have you not read in the scripture? Have you not read in Psalm 37:11? The meek shall inherit the earth, right? And shall delight themselves, right, in the abundance of peace, shall delight themselves. You got to delight yourself, right? Like when Christ Messiah said, let not your heart be troubled. You can't allow your heart, your mind to be troubled. That's in your hand. Right? He says, shall delight themselves. You got to delight yourself. Anag, right? Anag. You know what I mean? Anag right here. To be happy, right? To be happy, right? Take exquisite delight, right? To make merry over, right? Kind of interesting right here, the word, but it's like just delight yourself. In what? In the abundance of, what is it? Shalom, the abundance of peace, right? Now, the word for meek right here, right? The word for meek right here, a couple key word is the anav, anayu, right? Anav, right? Anav, right? Anayu, anav, anayu. The poor, the humble. Better sense of this is the humble. Those who smarted and were hit under the downpression of the sinful and were humble, right? The poor, the weak, the afflicted, you see? The poor, the weak, afflicted, right? Those who were depressed, figuratively in mind, right? They were humble in circumstances, maybe needy, especially see what it says the saintly, right? Because they're maintaining the way, right? Truth and life. So they should delight themselves in the abundance of peace that will ensure, right, ensue after the wicked are cut off. So after the wicked are cut off, isn't that what it's saying? It says, that nation whom they shall serve will I judge. And afterward, right? So after the judgment, right, they shall come out, right? And after the judgment, right, the meek will inherit the earth and delight themselves in the what? In the abundance, right? The enoughness, right, of peace. Robe shalom. Robe shalom. Robe. What's the word? Robe. Not rob, but robe. Robe shalom. Multitude, abundance, rov shalom, the abundance of shalom, right? The wicked plotteth against the just and gnasheth upon him with his teeth. They plot, right? They practice. You see that word practice? So the wicked practice, right? Zamam, right? They have a thought. They devise a plan. So see the word zamam is related to the mazima, right? The mischievous plan. So they do what? They have a thought. They devise a plan, right? They plot with evil intention against the just, against the who? The tzaddikim, against the righteous, the innocent ones, the justified one. And they gnasheth upon him with their teeth, right? So they plot, right? Charak, right? They grind their teeth, right? They grate their teeth like something to eat. We have this in Psalm 35, round about verse 15. Just want to touch on some of these key verses right here. Ha'adon, Adonai, Yishak Lahu. The Lord Adonai, Adonai. Here we go. Adonai, right? The Lord, my Lord Adonai, right? Adonai, Yishak. He will laugh. He will sahak. He will laugh, play. He will mock. The laugh in this sense is usually in contempt or derision, as we even have in the first psalm, right? Actually the second psalm, Psalm 2 verse 4, right? Yahuwah doth laugh in derision, in derision, in contempt, in sport, in play, right at him. For he seeth that his day is coming. So we know that Adonai is laughing at even the wicked that seems to be winning. All right? If he's laughing, this should even help us have good expectation for the good to come. For he seeth that his day is coming, coming, his day. So that his day, what is his day? His day is a day of retribution, right? That is preordained, foreordained by Yahweh Eloheinu, right? Though its exact time is unknown to man. The exact time, is it now? Is it later? I mean, well, if it's not now, it must be later. But exactly when? Yah knows. You know what I mean? The wicked have drawn out the sword. Things getting difficult now, right? And have bent their bow. Yo, this is like war, right? To cast down the poor. What? Against the poor? Why the poor and needy? Right? To slay such as be of upright conversation. But notice here, the idea in the Hebrew is the upright of way. Notice that? The upright of way, right? Where it says, I am the way, the truth, and life. The way, the way, the way, right? The way. The upright, right, is upright conversation, derek. So notice that the word derek, see, you would think by reading this in 37 and 14, you would think that the conversations like chat, chat GPT, right? No, the direct here is the road, but it's the road as like in the, here we go right here. This is the sense in the Hebrew, right? When we talk about the way, right? Right? The manner, the habit, the way. In fact, before they were called Christian or Christianoi, they were called Nazarenes, and there was no such thing as Christianity in that sense, right? But there was the way. That's what it was, the way, right? The way, right? People have gone astray from the way in their anity and inity and outerity, right? But here, the manner, the habit, the way, a course of life, like to say your liberty, right? Your liberty, right? And here Strong's bringing out furthermore, this is the sense right here. You see what says road, a well-trodden road, the course of life, the mode of action, right? To slay such as be what? As be Yashar, Yashar upright. That be what? That be Yashar. That be Yashar of the way, right? That be Yashar in the way, that be upright in the way. What do we have right here? Well, the bow and the sword and the bow, these are emblems of violent attack, right? Also symbolizing the armed might, also symbolize how the wicked tend to have armed might on their side, right? Of the wicked as compared with the defenseless state, right, of their victims. Like when fascist Italy, Benito Mussolini, the Pope, the deadly wound being healed, all that wickedness, right, that was done, right, back then in the 30s, and they attacked the King of Kings of Ethiopia upon the throne of David. Like they had all the weapons on their side, right? But these other people were just living like biblical, right? They didn't have all these. They had some guns, but it was nothing compared to the weapons of mass destruction. Check. The poor and needy, another key, the poor and needy, as we have in Psalm 35, verse 9, right? Let's hit these verses. Let's hit these verses right here. The sword, but what's going to happen? What's going to happen, y'all? The sword, right, shall enter into their own heart, into their own mind, right? And their bows shall be broken. Give them bows. No, their bows, right? Their bows, you know what I mean? Shall be broken. Right? Enough said on that. Verse 16. A little, right? A little, ma'at, tinish, ma'at, little, that a righteous man, right? A justified, a vindicated, an innocent man hath is better. What's the word better? Oh, is good. It's pleasant. It's agreeable. So even the word better is actually good. Yeah. Then the riches, then the what? The riches of many wicked. Hamon is like, yeah, like nuff. The riches of many wicked. Then the noise, the turbulence, right? The tumult. So the word The word that we have here when it talks about the riches or abundance, right, is tumult. The tumult. Look at the word riches. The word riches is hamon. Hamon, right? Hamon can mean great, much in number, right? In one sense, but Hamon is also the word for like a crowd, a multitude, like a noisy multitude, right? Can mean wealth in the sense, like a multitude. But actually, a better translation than the tumult of many wicked, right? Than the tumult of many wicked, right? It suggests the idea of a noisy, ostentatious opulence. So it's like riches, but that can be noisy. Like always a big show. You know, these guys, they rich and they want to show love. They're like, you know, all this kind of noisy ostentatiousness right there. For why? For the arms of the wicked shall be broken, but Yahweh upholdeth the righteous, right? Yahweh upholdeth Samak, right? He supports, right? The Tzaddik, right? What do we have here? The arms. With broken arms, they can neither work mischief nor help themselves. So the word arms here is the word for arm in Hebrew, zeroah. Zeroah is arm, right? Like a forearm, like a shoulder, arm. The arm is a symbol of strength, right? Arm and hammer, right? The force is also arm in a sense in Hebrew, literal arm, zeroah, right? Like forearm, literal arm, but also can mean forces, political, military, right? The arm and the sacrifice, the zeroah of the animal is part of the sacrifice, you know, part of that which was like the arm and the leg, metaphorically speaking, was what the priests kept of many of the sacrifice, and the other part was burned, but they would take an arm and a leg. The arm, the zeroah, was like the shoulder of the animal, right? And like his stretched out arm, where Yahweh speaks of his stretched out arm, one's force. So that force, the strength, literal arms and the strength of the Rasha, right, will be broken, right? Will be what? Will be broken, right? Shabar will be broken, right? But Yahweh upholds the righteous. What do we have right here? Upholding. The key of Yahweh is their true strength, supporting them so that they do not fall. Even they won't fall for all the wiles of the wicked. They won't fall for it. Right? Yahweh knoweth the days of the upright. Here we have Yasha. Here we have Tamim. Remember before Yashar was the other upright? Tamim is like the perfect, right? Tamim, right? When the offerings were to be offered, right, they were to be without blemish. They were to be perfect. Nothing more, nothing less. Or another way to translate this is that Yahweh knoweth the days of them that are wholehearted, that are complete, wholehearted, right? That are wholehearted, right? The days. The days are like, you know, all they go through, the days, you know, the ups and downs that befall them day by day. He is not indifferent to their fate, right? And their inheritance shall be forever, right? The inheritance shall be lit olam, to time indefinite, to time out of mind, right? It will pass into possession of their descendants. You know what I mean? From generation to generation. The sense here is in Psalm 25, verse 12, verse 13, right? They shall not be ashamed in the evil time, and in the days of famine they shall be satisfied. There was famine, they say, right? But if they were truly right choice, they shall not be ashamed in the evil time, and in the days of famine, what's that? They shall be satisfied, right? Right? The evil is the misfortune, right? The evil, the hurt, the bad, still is evil, but it's also translated as hurt and bad. The evil. Let's bring out evil. Rara, bad, evil, disagreeable, malignant, that which causes pain, misery, that which is bad, that which is worse, that which is unhappy, that which is hurtful, right? All of that is evil, right? All that is the Hebrew sense of evil, not this religious kind of thing where it's like spooky, you can't really, no, hurt, sadness, madness, you know, the days of famine. This is a common calamity in the East, right? East of the River Nile, the regions of east of the River Nile, right? Judaland, Tobia, Ethiopia, you know, the Arabia, all up in the Levant, all over there. That's something that is usual, right? It happens. It's cyclic, right? In a sense, you know what I mean? Therefore, you expect people to prepare for it. But the wicked shall perish, and the enemies of Yahweh, right, as the fat of lambs, they shall consume into smoke. They consume away. Isn't it interesting right here? The whole link right here about the wicked, right, shall perish. The enemies of Yahweh will be as the sacrifice. It will be as the fat of lamb. What happens if the fat is burnt, right? And what happens when it's burned? It's consumed into smoke, right? And it just burns away. There's only ashes left, right? The fat of the lamb burnt upon the altar as a sacrifice. So will the wicked be consumed. The translation is given in some of the Targum's interpretations, but most moderns have abandoned it for, right, as the splendor of the meadows. Some they do a whole other translation of this, right? According to the thought, right, is the same as we have in the second verse. The unrighteous will flourish and then wither like the flowers, right? They shall pass. Better, they are consumed. In smoke, they are consumed. The past tense is used as an action still to take place, as a mark of certainty that it will come to pass. So when we look at some things in Hebrew, some things technically are in the past tense. It's what the Messiah said, calling those things which be not as though they are, right? And when you pray, knowing that you have received it, right? So in a prayer where you're really thank you for what you have received, thank you for giving me this, even though you did not get it. So that sense of the language is use of an action still to happen, that past tense sense, and as a mark of certainty, right, that it will come to pass, calling those things that be not as though they were. The wicked borroweth and payeth not again, but the righteous sheweth mercy and giveth. In the reversal of, the blessedness, he will be in want, in lack, and forced to borrow. The wicked, the ratchet, forced to borrow. But through lack of means, right, he will never be in a position to repay his debts. This is what it's saying. So that same wicked that exploited the people, they're going to be in a situation, right, and not be able to pay the debt. Or we can look at the wicked will borrow and not pay the debt. Either way, won't pay it again. But the righteous will still shew mercy when they need again, and they give. Will deal graciously, right? Will deal graciously, right? In contrast, the righteous, the tzaddikim, will have plenty and use their wealth to do acts of tzedakah, tzedakot, of charity, of tzedakah, of righteous giving, of giving according to tzedek, tzedakah, which is charity or righteous, right choice giving. For such as be blessed, barak, right, of him shall inherit the earth. So those who are blessed, right, of him, what does it say? Right, shall inherit, right, the earth. That verse again, inherit the earth, right? And curse of him shall be cut off. So those who are blessed will inherit the earth, the land, and those who are cursed shall be cut off from it. The steps of a man, the word good is not there. Just want to point it out. The word good is not there. It says the steps of a man. May Yahuwah, right? May Yahuwah mitza adei geber konanu, mekonen, konanu, are ordered, are konanu, right? The steps of a man, of a geber, or a strong man, a warrior man, right? Emphasizing strength and ability to fight, even to fight the fight of faith, right? In the way, the truth, and life. The steps of a geber, right, are ordered by Yahuwah, right? And he delighteth in his way. In whose way? In Yahweh's derek, right? Delighteth in his way, right? Or it can be seen that Yahweh delights in that Geber's way. Now, a lot of people think this is like a good man, but the word good is not there. It's a Geber man, right? A mighty man, a man of strength, right? A man with ability to fight, right? Or to do the work, right? So it could have used other words for man, but it's a part of the thing right here. But a man's goings are established. The reference is to the righteous man. His ability to walk steadfastly, firmly. That's why he uses Geber. Geber, it means one of strength, of might. Right? Geber. It could have used Adam. It could have used Ish. It could have used Enosh. But no, it uses Geber, a man of strength. Right? A man who can walk steadfastly, has a strength to continue in the way, right? In his chosen path. This is granted to him by Yahweh. Now, some say a better rendering of these kind of two verses here in this verse is proposed by some. When a man's goings are established of Yahweh, and he delighteth in his way, though he fall, he shall not lie or lay prostrate. So here we're looking at these two verses. Though he fall, he shall not be utterly cast down. He shall not utterly be what? Tul. He won't be no tool, right? He won't be hurled down. It's like to be hurled down, not just cast down, but to pitch over, to reel over, to cast down or cast out. He won't be cast out, right? For why? Because Yahweh upholdeth him, supporteth him with Yado, with his Yad, with his hand, and with the trod. The phrase, he delighteth in his way, is somewhat ambiguous in verse 23, because it can both apply to that he, the man, delights in Yahweh's way, and that Yahweh delights in that man's way. Check, right? Deuces, right? In the Hebrew, it can have both applications because it has both applications. It may either mean that Yahweh favors the man's way, right? The strong man's way, and that the man also delights in Yahweh's way, right? And says the two shall be one. Though he fall, he will not be utterly cast down, right? For Yahweh upholdeth, supporteth him with what? With his hand, right? Supporteth him with his hand. There. And here, verse 25, right? I have been young and am old, yet have I not seen, right, the righteous forsaken, nor his seed begging bread. Right? Na'ar Hayiti. Na'ar. I was a Na'ar. Like a boy, a lad, a young man, Na'ar. Right? A boy, a lad, Na'ar. Na'ar Hayiti. Right? I was. Right? Gam also Zakanti. Also, I have become Zakain, older. Right? I've grown older. Right? So I've been a young man, a youth man, and now I'm older. With lo raiti, I have not seen. With lo raiti, I've seen. Lo raiti, I have not seen. With lo raiti as Sadiq, I have not seen the Sadiq, the just, the righteous, the innocent, right? I have not seen the innocent, right? Ne'ezov, from Azab, right? Ne'ezov, the Nephil sense is Ne'ezov, right? Nephal, Ne'ezov, to be left, to be forsaken, right? With Zar'o and his seed, his Zerah, seed, Zar'o, his seed, right? Bakesh. I have not seen his seed, Bakash, seeking, requiring, right? It can have a sense here in the translation, begging, Bakash, begging. Bakesh, lachem. His seed begging bread, begging for lechem, for bread, for food, right? For bread corn. Now the psalmist gives his personal testimony. So right here in verse 25, since the psalm lid David, speaking of David, he gives his personal testimony to the doctrine, the teaching he is expounding. He does not imply that the righteous man is exempt from privation or lack or even sufferation. The addition of nor his seed with Zar'o, nor his seed, right? Mibakesh, lachem, nor his seed begging for bread, as well as the next verse, they indicate clearly what is intended. The righteous may have to pass through a period of suffering. However, he is not forsaken by Yahweh. Eventually, he comes into his own so that his descendants, right, lack nothing, right? And he has ample means with that to act benevolently, right, charitably, right, towards others. So this verse here, ever merciful, get it? Ever merciful, right? And lendeth, and his seed is blessed. So notice this here, that the righteous is like his master, Hanan. He is gracious, Hanan, right? He is ever merciful, right? Ever, daily, yom, daily he shows Hanan and does what? And lends. Lawa, lava, lawa is joined to, but lawa can also mean to lend. Lawa. Where we get Levi come from this. Lava, lawa, right? Levi, lewi, right? And his seed zar-o, right? Baraka. And his seed is blessed. Kol hayoma choneina ua malweh. With Zar-oa livraka, and his seed is actually here. It's like his seed is for blessing, right? So all the day, ever is all the day, ever merciful, right? So here pushing it, verse 27, depart from evil and do good, and dwell forevermore. And do what? And shakan, right? Settle down. Remember the holy place is called a mishkan, where he who be dwells, right? Depart from evil. Sur meira, right? Wa asay to, and do what is beneficial, right? Ushakon le olam, and shakon, and dwell and abide forever. Depart from evil and do good. This is repeated from Psalm 34. Check out Psalm 34, verse 15, Chaverim. Psalm 34, verse 14, verse 15. Depart from evil and do good, and dwell and abide forevermore. Right? Dwell forevermore. Remain in peaceful possession of your land, of your consciousness, of your land, right? And bequeath it to your children as a baraka. So right here. For Yahweh loveth judgment. He loved what? Judgment, mishpat. Why you gotta be so judgmental? Why are you always about judgment? Well, here it says Yahweh loveth, right? He who be, ki Yahweh oheb mishpat. Ki Yahweh oheb mishpat. For Yahweh oheb mishpat. He loveth judgment and forsaketh not his saints, right? And forsake with law, Ya'azov, eta chassidai. He does not forsake his chassid, his chassidim, right? His pious one, his chassidim, right? His holy ones, chassidim. Those who have received of his loving kindness and those who act loving kind, right? That's what the chassid means. The saints here is not Kedoshim, it's Chassid. Like you say, Hasidic, it's the Hasidim, right? Chassid come from the attribute of Yahweh because he is Chesed, right? He is Chesed. He has loving kindness, the attribute of he who be. So the word for saints here is the Chassid, right? And Chassid are those who have received of his Chesed, right? To be kind, to show oneself kind. Right? So, because Yahweh has shown of his loving kindness, those who are truly Hasidim, they receive of that loving kindness, and they also, the imitation, right? They imitate Yahweh in their acts, right? So Yahweh doesn't forsake them because in them he sees himself. He forsaketh not his saints. They are preserved how long? Forever, lit olam, till time out of mind. Right? Forever. But the seed of the wicked, once again, right, shall be karat, cut, karat, shall be cut. So what do we have here? He loveth justice, he loveth righteousness, he loveth judgment. The word here is mishpat. He loveth judgment, right? Psalm 33, round about verse 4. His saints, chasadayu, his saints, his chasidim, right? They are loyal to the divine will. See, because Yahweh, one of his attributes, as we mentioned, is chesed. As in Exodus chapter 34, the 13 attributes, you'll see loving kindness, right, is one. So those who have received of Yahweh's loving kindness, you know what I mean? It's like freely receive, right? Freely give. Be as your Father who art in heaven. Be perfect as he. You see that sense there? So because Yahweh, he is the loving kind, the merciful one. Those who have received of Yahweh's loving kindness and his mercy also seek to be loving kind and merciful, right? A verse beginning, right, with Ayin. Here's where this verse right here between 28 and 29, if you study the Hebrew order, we should have the Hebrew letter Ayin, right? The Hebrew letter Ayin. But here is where the verse is omitted and continuing, right here. The righteous shall inherit the land and dwell therein forever. See that once again, that inheritance. This refrain is like about it's like 5 or 6 times, right? We find this 5 or 6 times about inheriting the land from verse 9. Actually 5 times. Verse 9, verse 11, verse 22, verse 29, and verse 34. Right? So here at verse 29, the righteous shall inherit the land and dwell therein forever. Shakan, right? Shakan, right? Here at verse 30, the mouth of the righteous speaketh wisdom. So of the who? Righteous speaketh wisdom. Okay, so the mouth of the righteous speaketh chokmah. The Hebrew Sophia, wisdom, right? What did Yeshua say? Wisdom is justified by all of her children. Ask yourself, what does Messiah mean when he says wisdom is justified by all of her? Her, who's she? Right? Well, Solomon tells you in Proverbs 4 and 7, wisdom is the principal thing. In the Hebrew, Reshith, Bereshith. In wisdom, Elohim created the heavens and earth. Yes? Right? So in the book of wisdom, right? Speaking of proverb, the mouth of the righteous speaketh of what? Chokmah, wisdom. Right? And his tongue talketh of judgment, and his tongue talketh of judgment. Pias adika, yehige, hakma, yehige, hakma, speaketh, right? The haga, right? Meditates, right? Meditates, utters, meditates. Here, to scroll down here, murmurs, right? Ponders, right? Reasons on, right? And his tongue talketh of judgment. Talketh of what? Judgment. Why you gotta be so judgmental? Right? Piyas adik Yahweh chokmah uleshono Tedabira mishpat, and his lashon. His tongue talks about gossip, right? His tongue talk about trivia. No, lashon. His lashon, right? The tongue, right? You know, remember, man was created in the image after the likeness of God, right? The ability to reason. We have the ability to reason and to speak, to do logos, the logic, and to speak. This is the image of he who be who he be. The mouth of the righteous speaketh of chokmah, because Chokmah is there in the beginning, right? And his tongue, right? His tongue talketh of what? Mishpat, right? Mishpat, of judgment, right? Of deciding, right? According to Yah's way, truth, and life. So what do we have? What do we have? Uttereth, the same as speaketh in Psalm 35 and 20, 27, 28, right? The law, the Torah, right? You see Torah, the law, the Torah of Elohayu, right? Elohayu, of his Elohim in his heart. Remember the heart, the mind, his lave, right? The mind, the inner man, the mind, right, is in his mind. None of his steps shall slide, right? None of his goings shall slide, right? Ma'ad. None of his goings shall be ma'ad, shall be mad. Ma'ad, right? Shall slip, slide away. None of his shall waver, the sense of none of his ways. His steps, right? His ashur, ashur. His steps, his trod, his going, ashur, right? Will not waver. What do we have here? From the path, right, of integrity, right, in that he walks firmly, not just literally walking, but the mode of his life, his liberty. So the Torah right here in verse 31, the Torah of his, right, of his, right, Torata Lohayu Bilibo is in his lave, his heart, right? Hearticle. The wicked watcheth, the wicked is watching, the righteous, and seeking, what is he seeking? To slay. Bakash. What is he bakash? Right? Remember earlier the bakash was as begging, right? And none of his seed begging bread. Bakash, seeking, begging, right? He's begging to slay him. He's seeking to slay him. The wicked watcheth the righteous and seeking to slay him. Oh, I want to get this guy, right? Right? Seeking to slay him. But check it out. Verse 33, Yahweh will not leave him in his hand, nor condemn him when he is judged. Right? Nor do what? Nor Rasha. See, Rasha as a verb means to be wicked or to act wickedly, but in this sense, the secondary sense is to be guilty. Right? Will not render him guilty, will not leave him in his hand or render him guilty when he is judged. It's a judgment, but he will be vindicated. Right? When he is judged, he'll be vindicated as being righteous, as being innocent. Right? Will not leave him in his hand, will abandon him to his power when he is judged. By judges corrupt, by corrupt judges, grudges, right? Corrupt by bribery and threats, and therefore they are partial, right? They're wicked. So, but Yahweh won't condemn him, right? When he is judged. If he is so condemned, right? Elohim determines that the unjust verdict is not executed. And since he is the supreme judge, his court is the supreme court, then Yahweh is like in court. You ever seen in court where somebody pleads out, the prosecutor, Satan, says, objection, and what's your objection? And the judge says, overruled. He overrules him. That's what that verse says, that Yahweh will not leave the righteous in the wicked man's hand, nor condemn him when he is judged. And even if the judgment comes, Yahweh, he can overrule, right, that judgment, right? Because he's the judge of judges, right? Wait on Yahweh. Now notice this word here is kawa, expect, hope, kawa, wait, right? Wait, kaweya illa Yahweh, ushmora darko, wait on Yahweh and keep shemor darko, keep his derek, shemor darko, keep his way, and he shall do what? Exalt thee to do what? To inherit the land. Again, the inheriting of the land, as this is repeated throughout this psalm here. He shall do what? He shall room, like a teruma, right? He shall lift you up, right? To inherit the land. When is this inherit? When the wicked are cut off. This is why Barhana Selassie and others said, we got to pray for the judgment day. Right? When the wicked are cut off, thou, the eye, shall see it. Right? Shall see it. Seen, sight, you shall see it. Right? Behikaret. Right? Behikareta rishaim. Tareh. The eye male shall see. Seen, sight. So, thou shalt see it. The prospect of seeing the overthrow of the ratchet is not a matter of personal gratification. No, not really. right? It is held out as additional evidence, right? This verse here of the whole thesis. There's a thesis in the song, right? The justice shall be done on earth. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven, right? But in earth. Justice shall be done in and on earth, and the downpressed saints, the Hasidim, right, shall witness, the righteous shall witness its triumph. I have seen, Chabarim right here, I have seen the wicked in great power and spreading himself like a green bay tree, a green tree that groweth in his own soil. I have seen, what have I seen? The wicked, the Rasha, the wicked, the criminal, the guilty, the Rasha, the ratchet, in great power. And what kind of power? Aritz. Now, this is the interesting word, aritz. Aritz. What is aritz? Right? Aritz is like an awe-inspiring power. Right? Not the usual, there's different words for power, but this is aritz. Aritz. What's aritz? Is like terror striking, like or ruthless. Well, even in the sense of powerful, like violent, tyrannical from aratz. Aratz. Aratz, like dreadful power, terrible, awesome power. I mean, you know, when they blew that atomic bomb and nuclear bomb, that is some awesome, wow, my goodness. You know what I'm saying? Right? Some dreadful power. Right? Right there. I have seen what? The wicked in great power, dreadful power, violent power, and spreading himself like a green bay tree. You know, have his armies in everybody's country. Chan, that's some, right? That's what you've seen. This is another personal testimony like that of, you know, the earlier verses, verse, what was it, verse 25? Here in verse 35, he gives a personal testimony. Raiti Rasha Aritz Ua Mita Are Ke Ezarach Reya Re'anan, and spreading himself like a leafy tree in its native soil. Right? I have seen, personal testimony, the wicked in great power, more forcibly, the wicked acting the tyrant. That's bringing out this verse here. The wicked in great power is the wicked acting the aritz, or inspiring. The wicked acting powerful or tyrannical or violently. Right? Raiti, Rasha Aritz. Rasha Aritz. Right? What do we have right here? Right? Acting the tyrant and spreading himself. Right? Like a green bay tree. So in the Hebrew we have Ezrach. Right? Ezrach. Right? Ka Ezrach. Ra'anan. What is Ra'anan? Ra'anan is like growing green, right? Growing very green, right? Being green. The figurative sense is being prosperous. By analogy is he's so prosperous he can act like he's brand new, right? The sense of green. You know, like when the new greens grow in, you know, it's new, but yet it's green and prosperity. So the sense here is the wicked is prospering, right? He seems firmly rooted, right? And apparently the wicked seem full of vitality, you know, being tyrannical but full of vitality. He's spreading here, there, everywhere, right? It says like a green bay tree, but the Hebrew is more better in its native soil. Because the word bay tree, look at it's not the word tree at all. This is kind of it's a false translation. It's the word Ezrach. What is Ezrach? Not Ezra, not Ezra, the man, but Ezrach. Ezrach is native, as one arising from the soil. So to say like, is this Israelite a homeborn? We would say, is he Ezrach? Ezrach who? Is he Ezrach? To say like, is he native born? Does he arise from the soil? Is he a man, a native Israelite? Right? And in the sense of a tree that is native, Ezrach. So the sense of the word Ezrach means like springing up, growing up, like growing up. It's native. It could be of trees, right? Or also people like born in the land, right? So in his native soil, where it seems to be a fixture, right? So even in the enemies or the wicked, their native land, they seem like, yo, they've been running things forever. They're firmly rooted there, right? And what can you do, about it? I mean, how long they've been running America for over 200 something years? You think like what's going to go on for 2,000 years? That's what you would think, right? That's what you would think, right? But let's go on. Yet he passed away, and lo, he not. Yea, I sought him, but he could not be found. I looked for him. I mean, he was just right around here. Yet he passed away. Right? Yah wa ya abor, wa ya avor, he abarred, wa ya abor, he passed over, he crossed over. This is the word root for the Hebrew sense, but it can mean to pass over. He transitioned. Say he transitioned. And look, he not. And look. I mean, where is he? But he is not, right? Where he nay, look and see. Ainenu, he is not. I sought him, right? Seeking, like, well, he must be around here somewhere. Maybe I just missed him somewhere. Where is he at? Right? So here in the Hebrew, wa abak shehu, wa and abak shehu, and I bakashed him. You see the word bakash? And I sought him. I begged to know what happened to him. Right? Wa abak shehu. I sought who? I sought him, but he could not be found. Right? So right here was a verse. Wa bak shehu with law nimsa, with law and not nimsa, to be found. To be found, nimsa, law nimsa, not to be found. He was not to be found. Right? He was not. This is like, check out verse 10. Right? Verse 10 kind of links with this verse in today's daily psalm, Psalm 37. Could not be found. He has suffered total extinction. He is extinct. He could not be found. He's extinct. There's not a vestige of him remaining. He is gone. He is gone. But check this, right? Mark, right? The perfect, and behold the upright, for the end of, right, man, peace. For the end of man, peace. This is somewhat a convoluted translation when you read in the italics. Like, mark the man of integrity, and behold the Yashar, the upright. For there's a future for the man of peace. They use the word end here, right? Acharit. Acharit is that which comes after. Like you say, the last days, the acharit, right? It's the after part, right? And that nation whom they shall serve will I judge, and afterwards. So the acharit is like the prophetic. It means a later time, but it also means, in the prophetic sense, it means a future time. So something that's coming in the later time is coming in the after time than this. That means from this perspective, it's coming in the future. So when it says for the end of man, peace, right? For the afterwards, after all of this, for man, right? For the ish, right? Is shalom, right? Is peace, right here. Beautiful verse right here. Let's see if we can share this right here. It says, Shamar Tom. Shamar, right? The Tom. Shamar Tom. Shamar Tom. Behold the Tom, the perfect. Now, how can you behold the perfect? People will tell you, well, nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect. That's the world there. You listen to the serpent speech there. That's serpent speech, right? Because Moshiach even says, be perfect as our Father who art in heaven. Your Father is perfect, right? And here use the word Tom. Tom means complete. In other words, nothing more, nothing less, right? But as Yahuwah has blessed. Shamar Tam Ur-A Yashar. Ur-A, and see the Yashar, and see the upright, the one who's upright, correct, leveled up, the one who's upright, straightforward, right? Ki acharit, for there is a future, or the latter time, a future time of prophecy. There's a time after this, right? Ki acharita leisha shalom. There's a time after this for a man, for the ish, and that is shalom. I know the King James translation gives us the idea for the end of that man is peace. But once again, notice the word man, first man there, not there. That and is not there. So the more of the force of it is Mark the perfect, Mark the one of Tom, the one man of perfection or integrity. Integrity is Tom, right? Completeness is Tom, right? Noah was said to be perfect in his generation, right? And Jacob was called a plain man. Jacob was called a Tom. He was complete, right? Complete in the ways for Yahweh, right? Behold the Yashar for the future, right? For the future, right? For man, right? The future for the Ish is Shalom. The future for man is Shalom, right? The future for man. But you got to be man, not be a beast, not live in the image of the beast. How can you be a man and you live in the image of the beast? That's a use man. You know what I mean? But here, mark, take note of, right? The mark right here is Shemor. Shemor is the command to observe, right? To observe, to watch, to observe, right? To watch, to keep, to preserve, to observe, to hedge about, to watch, to attend to, right? There is a future, acharit, in his offspring, even in the latter days, unlike the ratchet man who disappears without a trace, like that showing to you, without a trace, without leaving a trace. Man of peace, man, peace. It is characteristic of the man of integrity that he acts upon the admonition. What is the admonition? Psalm 34, verse 14, verse 15 says, seek peace and pursue it. Pursue it. Seek peace and pursue it. Here's what's interesting about this verse right here, 34 and 14. This is within the aims and objects of the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated. It says, seek peace and pursue it, for this is the will of God for man. Such a powerful word there in the Constitution, right, and bylaws of the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated. Check. From 1937. Check. Right there. Whereas the wicked, the ratchet, constantly stirs up unrest and strife. No peace, lo shalom to the rasha, to the wicked. But the transgressors shall be destroyed together. That's good news there. So when they trying to say we all need to get together, watch it. If there's transgressors and you get together with the transgressors, hope not the destruction don't come. Pasha, right? The transgressors, right? It says, but the transgressors shall be destroyed. Look what it says. Together, Yahad. They'll be united together. All right. So if you talk about we all need to come together and become all who, right? The end, you see the word the end, acharit, the end or the future, right? The after part, that which comes after the latter time, prophetic for future time, right? The last time, right? The end of the wicked, right? The end of the wicked, the future of the wicked, right, shall be cut off. The end of the wicked. You see how they kind of bring that out there, but same sense as the future, right? The future, right? Together, all of them together, all together now, the future, referring to their offspring. So when it says the end of the wicked, this is a kind of a false translation here because acharit. They could have said the latter part, the latter days, or the latter, the end issue, right? The event. But really, the proper translation of this here, instead of end of the wicked, like the previous verse, is the future, right? So there's the future, right? Future prophecy for the righteous, but the future prophecy for the wicked, for the Rasha, is that they will be karat, that they'll be cut off, right? Referring to their offspring, as we had in verse 37, the previous verse, the verse right here. Check, right? There's an end, right? A future, right? For the man, right? Of peace for the man is peace, right? Right here. So verses 39 and 40 to seal this up. Didn't know we were going to go through the full of full, but thank you, brothers and sisters, just to get a groundation. But salvation of the righteous, the what? The salvation, the Teshua, the salvation, the deliverance, the victory, the salvation, Teshua, the rescue, right? The rescue, whether literally, figuratively, personally, nationally, spiritually, the rescue, the Teshua of the tzaddik, of the righteous, right? Of Yahweh is of he who he be, right? Their strength, right? He is their strength in the time of trouble. Ua teshuata tzadikim, may Yahweh and the teshuah, the rescue, the saving of the tzadikim, the righteous ones, may Yahweh is from he who he be. So it has may, right? The me, may in Hebrew, from, may Yahweh is from he who he be. Ma uzam, be'ait tzarah, right? Ma'uzam, and their strength and their ma'uzam, right? Their oz like Uzi, strength, right? My power, my strength, their strength, their fortified place, their strong place. Ma'uzam, their strong place in the eight, in the time, the eight, here we have eight, right? Eight is time in the event horizon, at that occurrence, in that time space, right? Right? Time space of tsara, of distress, of trouble, of tightness, of anxiety, Verse 40, here to complete. And Yahweh shall help them. Yahweh shall help them. Waya is rain, Yahuwah, Waya faltain, and he will palet them, Waya faltain, he will cause them to escape, right? He shall help them, right? And he shall cause them to escape. He shall azar, right? Waya is rain, Yahuwah, he shall help them, right? Aid them, assist them, and wayafaltain, and he shall cause them to escape out of that tightness, the difficulty. He shall deliver them, right? Deliver them, palat again, causing them to escape from the wicked. He shall cause them, literally, this will be better translated as he shall cause them to escape from the wicked, falat, right? To escape. You see where the first word there is to escape, right? Yefaltain, he causing them to escape. Meya rishaim, from the ratchet, the wicked ones, right? Where Yoshaim, and he will do what? He will yasha them, Yoshaim, he will save them, he will deliver them, he will give them the victory in this spiritual warfare, the spiritual battle, right? It says right here, right? Where Yoshaim Ki chasu ba'u, right? Why? It's like Psalm 2, the end of Psalm 2, right? For those who place their trust in him. Here it says ki for chasu ba'u, ki chasu, because they chasa, they seek for refuge, they flee for protection, right? Literally, in the figurative sense, they put their trust in Yahweh Eloheinu, their confidence, their hope, their expectation, right? Always faithful, always sure. Ki yahasu ba'u, in him. They put their trust, their confidence, always faithful, always sure in him. The final verses here, these two final verses, 39 and 40, they summarize the lesson that the Psalm, Mizmor Lamed Zayin, Tehillim Lamed Zayin, Psalm 37 teaches. And the solution to the problem. What's the problem? The problem of evil. What's the problem? The solution here to the problem that has been its theme Psalm 37:17. Yahweh Eloheinu, he who be our Elohim, creator, almighty power, our judge, is an impregnable, right? Impregnable, right? Citadel, a fortress, a strong place, a firm place in spirit and in truth. And they who take shelter, right, in him, right. So it's like saying that going in Yahweh, in him, is like going into a strong place, right, in grace. And those take shelter in him, what happens? They survive the undercrowns, the follies, the attacks, you know what I mean, made upon them, however bitter and however prolonged, right? So right here. What I was seeing in this right here, brothers and sisters, I just got to state it for the record, is in Genesis chapter 15, where it's all about, for 400 years and afflicting them and that nation whom they shall serve or be enslaved or slaved to, right? Will I judge, and afterwards they shall come out, right? And in the future they shall come out. After what? So the judgment, the time of serving, then there'll be a judgment, and then there'll be the coming out, right, into that great substance, that prosperity after the judgment. So right here, brothers and sisters and brothers.
Hebrew boy, everything takes time. Hebrew boy, everything takes time. Hebrew boy, everything takes time.
Yes. Thank you for sharing your time right here with I and I, right here. Then we have the Hebrew, we have the English, but here, let's write up on the English here. George Nooks, fret not yourself, rhythm.
Worry not, you say.
Psalm 37. Fret not thyself because of evildoers, neither be thou envious against the workers of iniquity. For they shall soon be cut down like the grass, and wither as the green herb. Trust in the Lord and do good. So shalt thou dwell in the land, and verily thou shalt be fed. Delight thyself also in the Lord, and he shall give thee the desires of thine heart. Commit thy way unto the Lord, trust also in him, and he shall bring it to pass. And he shall bring forth thy righteousness as the light, and thy judgment as the noonday. Rest in the Lord, and wait patiently for him. Fret not thyself because of him who prospereth in his way, because of the man who bringeth wicked devices to pass. Cease from anger, and forsake wrath. Fret not thyself in any wise to do evil. For evildoers shall be cut off. But those that wait upon the Lord, they shall inherit the earth. For yet a little while, and the wicked shall not be. Yea, thou shalt diligently consider his place, and it shall not be. But the meek shall inherit the earth, and shall delight themselves in the abundance of peace. The wicked plotteth against the just, and gnasheth upon him with his teeth. The Lord shall laugh at him, for he seeth that his day is coming. The wicked have drawn out the sword, and have bent their bow to cast down the poor and needy, and to slay such as be of upright conversation. Their sword shall enter into their own heart, and their bows shall be broken. A little that a righteous man hath is better than the riches of many wicked. For the arms of the wicked shall be broken, but the Lord upholdeth the righteous. The Lord knoweth the days of the upright, and their inheritance shall be forever. They shall not be ashamed in the evil time, and in the days of famine they shall be satisfied. But the wicked shall perish, and the enemies of the Lord shall be as the fat of lambs. They shall consume, and to smoke shall they consume away. The wicked borroweth and payeth not again, but the righteous showeth mercy and giveth. For such as be blessed of him shall inherit the earth, and they that be cursed of him shall be cut off. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delighteth in his way. Though he fall, he shall not be utterly cast down, for the Lord upholdeth him with his hand. I have been young and now am old, yet have I not seen the righteous forsaken, nor his seed begging bread. He is ever merciful and lendeth, and his seed is blessed. Depart from evil, and do good, and dwell forevermore. For the Lord loveth judgment, and forsaketh not his saints. They are preserved forever. But the seed of the wicked shall be cut off. The righteous shall inherit the land, and dwell therein forever. The mouth of the righteous speaketh wisdom, and his tongue talketh of judgment. The law of his God is in his heart, none of his steps shall slide. The wicked watcheth the righteous, and seeketh to slay him. The Lord will not leave him in his hand, nor condemn him when he is judged. Wait on the Lord, and keep his way, and he shall exalt thee to inherit the land. When the wicked are cut off, thou shalt see it. I have seen the wicked in great power, and spreading himself like a green bay tree. Yet he passed away, and lo, he was not. Yea, I sought him, but he could not be found. Mark the perfect man, and behold the upright. For the end of that man is peace. But the transgressors shall be destroyed together. The end of the wicked shall be cut off. But the salvation of the righteous is of the Lord. He is their strength in the time of trouble. The Lord shall help them and deliver them. He shall deliver them from the wicked and save them, because they trust in him. 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 Because they trust in him.
Yes, 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 yes. Give thanks, brothers and sisters. Lila Tov, Boker Tov, and Shavua Tov, a good, strong here by Shem Yeshua. Here, Betach, Mayahua, wa say, Tov. Trust in he who be, and do good, brothers and sisters and brothers. Blessed day, give thanks and praise right here.
O Lord, open thou my lips, my lips, my lips, my lips.
Adonai sefatai tiftah, 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 tiftah.
And my mouth shall show forth thy praise, thy praise, thy praise, thy praise, thy praise, thy praise.
Ufi yagit tehillatecha, tehillatecha, tehillatecha.